Cultivation online audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 641, Hunted by the Blood Sect. You will regret this. You will now be hunted by the entire Blood Sect. The Blood Sect disciple disappeared from the scene quickly afterward. Yuan turned to look at the people that had been treasure hunting before getting caught by the Blood Sect and said to them, "If you don't want to die like them, get out of this place." "Yes, thank you, Senior." They quickly left the scene as well. Once Yuan was alone with Xiaohua, the place became dead silent. Yuan closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, his eyes were no longer vicious but innocent, and his entire demeanor changed. Yuan looked at the corpses in front of him, as well as the decapitated body, with a perplexing emotion in his heart. After standing there in silence for a few moments, he turned around and said to Xiaohua, "Let's go back for now." Xiaohua quietly nodded and followed him. The entire journey back to Pang City was a quiet one, with neither of them starting a conversation. While they walked, Yuan pondered inwardly. That person was neither the Demon Sealing Clan's founder, nor the other two. So who was he? Could it be another one of my reincarnations? No, I have seen him before. Yuan suddenly recalled the bloody dream he had when he got his faction symbol after joining the Celestial Overlords. Could it be him? His demeanor and aura felt just like that person. Just who is he? Now he wondered if he was a murderer in one of his past life, as he was completely tranquil when killing the Blood Sect disciples, almost like it was natural for him to have blood on his hands. Once they returned to Pang City, Yuan looked at Xiaohua and said to her in a low voice, "I'm sorry if I scared you, even though he wasn't in control of his body at that time. Just like when the Divine Paragon took control of his body to deal with the demon, it was still his body that did all those things." "It's okay, brother, Yuan, as long as you're fine," she said with a gentle smile on her face. Now that Yuan no longer had that terrifying aura around him, she was no longer scared of him. Of course, she was still curious about why Yuan suddenly had a change of character. It was almost as though he was possessed by a ghost. However, she could tell that he wasn't possessed, which only made it more puzzling. "Welcome back, young master." Feng Yuxiang greeted Yuan when he returned. "I'm back." "Taoist, Yuan? Welcome back, Yuan turned to look at the two pretty ladies standing behind Lord Luo. It was Luo Ling and Luo Li. "Hey, you two, it's been a while." Yuan smiled at them, causing them to blush. "You have changed a lot." Luo Li was dazed by his new appearance. "Just a little." "No, you're almost unrecognizable, Taoist Yuan," Luo Ling said. "Why are you still addressing me as Taoist Yuan? There's no need to be so formal." Yuan quickly noticed their formality towards him. Well, after learning that Yuan had become a spirit grandmaster, these sisters no longer dared to treat him so casually. "Just call me Yuan. I insist." "All right, Yuan." Luo Li nodded. "Welcome back, Yuan. You've returned earlier than I expected. I intend on challenging the Stairway to Heaven soon, so I decided to visit you guys before I leave." "I see, so you'll be leaving the lower heavens soon." The sisters were sad to hear this, but there wasn't anything they could do about it. "How was your visit to the Flying Sword Sect, young master?" Feng suddenly asked him. After a moment of silence, he sighed. "We encountered the Blood Sect." "You what? Are you okay?" Lord Luo immediately asked him in a worried voice. "I'm fine. What happened to the Blood Sect?" Feng then asked. Well, Yuan hesitated to tell them the story, as he was afraid that they might look at him differently afterward. Seeing Yuan's reaction, Xiaohua said, "They killed each other?" "What? Why would they do that?" Feng Yuxiang's eyes widened with surprise. "Because I told them to," Yuan sighed. "Eh?" Feng Yuxiang looked at him with disbelief on her face. She cannot imagine Yuan ordering people to kill each other even if they are from the Blood Sect. So what exactly happened at the Flying Sword Sect? Yuan proceeded to explain the situation to them, how he left one alive so that he could make himself a target, and reveal the sect master of the Blood Sect. Lord Blood. Unbelievable. Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a low voice, yet she admired his boldness. The young master is usually really reserved. The Blood Sect must have really angered him to make him do such things, she thought to herself. So you're going to fight the Blood Sect's sect master in 3 days? Do you need our help? Lan Yingying asked him. I should be able to defeat him by myself, and I don't want dirty your hands with their blood, Yuan said. Anyways, we can talk more about this later. Right now, I want to clear my mind of the Blood Sect. Yuan then turned to look at the Luo sisters and asked them, Do you want to eat something right now? This is one of the reasons why I returned too? The sisters were speechless. How can he still be in the mood to eat while knowing that he's going to be hunted by the Blood Sect? However, they didn't refuse and nodded their heads, as they have been waiting for this moment ever since he left. And for the rest of the day, they all went outside to get food, returning to all of the restaurants they have already gone to before, allowing Yuan to temporarily forget about the Blood Sect and the Flying Sword Sect. Meanwhile, the Blood Sect's sectmaster had just received news of what happened at the Flying Sword Sect, and as one could expect, he was fuming in anger afterward. At last, the bastard who killed my son, I have finally found you? If I don't skin him alive and feed his bones to the pigs, I am not surnamed Meng. Chapter 642, Half a Year of Supplies. After eating to their full, Yuan and the others returned to the Luo family's manor. Young master, do you want to temper your body tonight as well? Feng Yushang asked him after they returned. That would be ideal. Yuan nodded. Just let me know whenever you're ready. Okay. Yuan logged off shortly after to eat dinner, and he would explain to them the situation at the table. Because of this evil sect called the Blood Sect that might attack this city, I will be staying in this city for a few more days before we challenge the stairway to heaven. Sounds troublesome. What do evil sects even do anyway? Chu Liuxiang asked. I don't know the purpose of their existence. All I know is that they're filled with unreasonable people who kill innocent people for their own entertainment, and they cultivate forbidden techniques that make them go crazy. Once dinner was finished, Meixu said, Yuan, the Cultivators Association, contacted me this afternoon. They said we can visit them whenever because they have finished scouting for our faction's headquarters. Really? We can visit them tomorrow since I have 3 days before I fight the Blood Sect. All right, I will let them know tomorrow morning. Don't forget to tell the other members I won't. Yuan returned to Cultivation Online for the rest of the night to temper his body with the treasures provided by Feng Yuxiang, who is literally a walking treasure trove just like Zhao Hua, but with more variety since Zhao Hua only has weapons. Before getting into the bathtub, Yuan asked the others, I feel kind of bad tempering my body alone. Do any of you want to join me? Feng, it's your treasure, so you should. I am fine, young master. Don't forget that I have the body of a phoenix, so these treasures won't affect me. Yuan then looked at Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying. Xiao Hua doesn't require body tempering because of her physique, she said to him. This leaves Lan Yingying, who was silently pondering whether she wants to temper her body or not. Although she is also a divine beast like Feng Yuxiang, she doesn't have a naturally strong body, so tempering her body would actually benefit her. What about you, Yingying? Want to try tempering your body? It'll make your body stronger. If you don't mind sharing your treasures with me, of course I don't mind sharing. I'm not that selfish, and I don't even own the treasures. Then I'll join you. Lan Yingying nodded her head a moment later. Sometime later, Yuan entered the bathtub with Lan Yingying, which had just enough room for the two of them. Are you okay? Yuan asked her, feeling Lan Yingying's smooth back touching his back. Yes. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Lord, she said. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face, and he said, I really cannot get used to being called Lord. Can't you just call me Yuan like you used to, please? After a moment of silence, Lan Yingying responded, I understand, Yuan. Thank you. The two of them began absorbing the medicine in the bathtub shortly after. Lan Yingying immediately began sweating when she felt the pain from the medicine, as she has never experienced such intense pain before, not even when she trained with her grandparents. However, as a divine beast, Lan Yingying's endurance is naturally higher than humans, so it wasn't as bad as when Yuan first experienced it. 2 hours later, all of the medicine had been absorbed from the bathtub. There was enough medicine to last 4 hours, but since there were 2 of them, it was absorbed twice as fast. "How do you feel?" Yuan asked Lan Yingying afterward, who was breathing heavily. "My body hurts all over, like I am constantly being pricked by needles, but it's not unendurable. My skin also feels a lot smoother," she said. After getting out of the bathtub, they rinsed their body with clean water before leaving the bathroom fully dressed, since they have seen each other naked before. Even bathing in a river together, neither of them felt awkward, almost like it was natural. That ended quicker than I anticipated? Looks like I will have to increase the treasures next time." Feng Yushang, after seeing them leave the bathroom. Yuan then said, "Doesn't it require a lot of treasure to temper one person? Now that you have to deal with two people, you'll run out of treasures much quicker. Looks like I also need to start gathering my own treasures." "It's not that bad. I have enough treasures to help the young master for an entire year. However, now that Yingying will also be tempering her body, that supply will only last half as long, so we still have half a year before I run out of treasures. Half a year." Yuan nodded and said, "I will figure a way to obtain treasures to temper Yingying and myself before then, so that you don't have to use your treasures on us anymore. I have said this before, but I really feel guilty using your treasures for my own benefit." Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, "I have also said this before, but it's my pleasure to assist you in any way possible. Although these treasures are valuable in the lower heavens, they're not worth much in the upper heavens. Furthermore, I only have them because I had a business to run before. Now that I no longer have a store, nor do I need to sell them, I really have no use for the treasures, so instead of letting them sit in my storage ring forever, I would rather use them to help the young master." "Thank you, Feng." Yuan nodded. And for the remainder of the night, Yuan would cultivate the spiritual energy he'd absorbed from the bath, quickly rising his cultivation base. The following morning, Yuan logged off and prepared to head to the Cultivators Association with Mixiu and the others, leaving Pang City's protection to Feng Yuxiang and the other two Chapter 643, Dragon Spiral Mountain. "Hey, Yuan. It's been a while. How have you all been?" Wang Ming greeted them with the others behind him. "Hello, everyone. Everything's been great on our side. What about you guys?" "It was very boring since we couldn't really train in the hotel we were staying at. We've been waiting for our own headquarters so that we can train all we want," Yuan smiled and said. "Then let's see what the Cultivators Association has in store for us." Upon arriving at the Cultivators Association, they could see Chairman Li standing by the entrance, clearly waiting for their arrival. "Good morning, everyone. Our Cultivators Association has managed to find 5 headquarters that fit your requirements, and they're all in this city. We'll go look at each of them whenever you're ready." "We can go look at them right now," Yuan said. "Very well, please follow me. We have prepared transportation for you all." Yuan and the others followed Chairman Li to the parking lot, where a long limousine was waiting, and it had more than enough room to fit all 10 of them. Once they were seated, Chairman Li got into the driver's seat and personally managed the car, acting as their personal chauffeur despite his status within the Cultivators Association. As they began moving, Chairman Li said, "There should a yellow envelope on the table. You can find information and images of the headquarters we've scouted. Take a look at it if you'd like." Yuan opened the yellow envelope and took out the papers inside. "There's only information on 4 headquarters here. I thought we had 5. Yuan asked after realizing this. Chairman Li laughed and said, "One of them is located in a very special place, so I want to keep it a surprise. However, it's also the most expensive, so we'll look at it last." About half an hour later, they arrived at the first location, which was a large mansion in the middle of a rich neighborhood. "There are a few other factions located in this neighborhood, if you care about that," Chairman Li said as he led them to the mansion, which had over 50 rooms available, with half of them being bedrooms. Yuan was a little impressed by the size of the place, but compared to the Yu family's main living quarters, it could still be considered small. "Take your time looking around the place, Taoist Yuan and his friends. I will be here if you need me. By the way, this place costs 50 million. Chairman Li said to them. Thus, Yuan and the others began exploring the place as a group. "There's even a large pool in here. This gym is kind of small. Let's check out the backyard next." About half an hour later, they finished their exploration. "What do you guys think of this place?" Yuan asked them afterward. "It's a nice place, but I don't think the atmosphere in this place is fitting for a headquarter. It's more like a living quarter," Wang Ming said, and the others agreed. There are still 4 other places to look at. They returned to Chairman Li shortly afterward. "What do you think of the place?" Chairman Li asked them. Yuan gave his feedback. "I see. No worries if you don't like it. Let's head to the next place and hope it's better." Thus Chairman Li drove them to the next place, and this would continue for the entire day until they have seen all of the buildings. The last place was the best so far. "But it's still lacking something," Wang Ming said. "I think so too. It's all right. We still have 1 more place to look at, and I can guarantee that it'll be many times better than the last 4. Chairman Li said. "What's so special about this place?" Shilang asked. Chairman Li retrieved another envelope and handed it to them before starting the car. "Dragon Spiral Mountain?" Yuan raised his eyebrows when he saw the name on the envelope. "That's right. Your next headquarter will be located in the one and only Dragon Spiral Mountain," Chairman Li said. And he continued, "It wasn't easy getting this place, you know. Many factions want to go there, but they have all been rejected." "I have never heard of this place before," Yuan said. "It's a little bit far, but it's still within the city. The Dragon Spiral Mountain is a famous place where it's where the most powerful families in the world live." Chu Liuxiang suddenly interrupted Chairman Li. You know of this place?" Yuan looked at her. Chu Liuxiang nodded and said, "Of course, my family lives there after all." "What? Your family lives there?" Chairman Li was shocked to learn this, and he was immediately intrigued about her identity. The disciples from the Jaded Garden also looked at Chu Liuxiang with pondering gazes. They knew she wasn't from an ordinary family, but to think she belongs to a family that resides in the Dragon Spiral Mountain. "Brother Yuan, if you live in the Dragon Spiral Mountain, I will get to visit you whenever I want, even if I have to return home," she said with a smile on her face. "I would like to meet your family as well." Yuan nodded. Chairman Li then said, "Taoist Yuan, the Dragon Spiral Mountain is also rich with spiritual energy. In fact, it probably has the most spiritual energy in this country." "Oh, so something like the Immortal Caves." "That's right." Chu Liuxiang nodded, and she continued, "However, it's even better than the Immortal Caves, and it's not restricted to a small area like the Jaded Garden. Furthermore, the higher you live in the mountain, the richer the spiritual energy will be. Now my anticipation for this Dragon Spiral Mountain is very high. I cannot wait to see this place," Yuan said with a smile. 3 hours later, the car stopped in front of a small but tall mountain that was surrounded by a thick wall. As for the location of the mountain itself, they were in a very secluded area with no other buildings around, almost like they were in the wilderness. "We have arrived," Chairman Li said to them. "Chapter 644, $4 billion. Wow, the dragon in its name is really fitting." Wang Ming mumbled to himself as he looked through the car window. The mountain itself wasn't anything too special, but the road that spirals around the mountain had the appearance of a dragon, making it seem as though there was a dragon coiling around the mountain. While they admired the mountain, Chairman Li pulled up to the gates and spoke to the guards there. "I'm Chairman Li from the Cultivators Association, and I have with me the Demon Sealing faction. We're here as scheduled." Once the guards verified his identity, they opened the gates to allow them inside. "Take your time. Thank you." The moment they entered the gates, it felt as though they had entered another world, as the spiritual energy suddenly spiked up. Yuan was pleasantly surprised by this. Although it wasn't as powerful as the spiritual energy in the Immortal Caves, they were only at the entrance of the mountain, the lowest level. You can only imagine how much stronger the spiritual energy gets as they go higher into the mountain. "Where will our headquarters be located?" Shilang asked. "The middle levels. I tried getting you guys a headquarters at the upper levels, but you don't have even credibility. Don't be discouraged, though, as you can always move to the upper levels once you're ready. Furthermore, getting a building in the middle level is already an amazing feat for a new faction with only 10 members," Chairman Li said. Everyone there turned to look at Yuan. Surely he's the reason they were allowed to even step foot inside the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. Sometime later, Chairman Li stopped the car somewhere in the middle level of the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. "Go ahead, take a look around and tell me what you think." Yuan and the others wasted no time and immediately went to look around the place. "Wow, there are 2 separate buildings in this place. Is the second one included if we buy the first one?" Wang Ming asked. "Yes, everything here is included." Chairman Li nodded. The first building, which was also the most spacious, had all sorts of training facilities, indoor sports fields, and offices. As for the second building, it was more of a living quarter than anything, as most of its rooms were bedrooms. Besides the buildings, there were also a lot of empty lands, outdoor sports fields, an outdoor training area, and even a pond, almost like a miniature jaded garden. The spiritual energy in this area is slightly above the immortal caves. Unbelievable. Wang Ming mumbled to himself, and he continued, "I like this place. I also think we should take this place. It has pretty much everything we need." Shilang agreed. The others also shared the same sentiment. Yuan nodded. "How much is this place?" Yuan then asked Chairman Li. "Since this is the Dragon Spiral Mountain, it's going to be a lot more expensive than your typical house. The total will be $4 billion, and you'll have to pay $100 million every year for property tax." "4 billion?" Yuan was left speechless by this enormous price tag. Even after selling his divine-grade treasure, he cannot even afford half of it. "I only have $500 million," Yuan sighed. Chairman Li then spoke. "You can pay monthly installments if you cannot pay all of it right now. If you need money, our Cultivators Association will gladly help." "It's okay. We can pay for it," Li Jinshi suddenly said, interrupting Chairman Li. "You mean our families? 'Cause we don't have that kind of money," Wang Ming said. Shilang nodded and said, "Yuan, you can pay as much as you can afford. Our families will fill in the gap." "Are you sure? 3.5 billion is a lot of money. You're not buying this place for yourself, are you? Since we're also going to live here, we are obligated to pay our share. It's only fair that way. And although 3.5 billion is a lot of money, it's nothing worth mentioning before the 6 spiritual families." Wang Ming smiled. "Then it's decided. We'll take this place," Li Jinji said to Chairman Li. I will let the owner of the mountain know your decision," Chairman Li quickly said. "Hey, Chairman, I'm curious. If the middle-level houses are already this expensive, how much would it cost to live up there?" Heng Shuquan asked. Chairman Li smiled and said, "The houses up there will cost 20 billion at minimum." 20 billion? They were shocked. As expected, only the wealthiest could possibly live in this place. Shilang sighed. "That's not true. Even if you are rich, you're not guaranteed to live in the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. Only those approved by the Lord of this mountain can live here." Chairman Li said. "Who is the Lord?" Yuan asked. "He's a very seclusive individual. Even I don't know his identity." Chairman Li shrugged. "Then how are you going to contact him?" "He has a manager who does everything for him, and that's who I speak with." "I see. Maybe you'll get to meet the Lord in the future since you'll be living in his property? To own the entire Dragon Spiral Mountain? I cannot imagine how powerful this person must be." Wang Ming mumbled. Sometime later, Chairman Li said, "Taoist Yuan, I will have the paperwork ready by the time we return to the Cultivators Association. You don't have to pay immediately, but you can start moving in starting today if you'd like."
"All right, thank you."
Yuan nodded. He then turned to Chu Luxiang and asked her, "Lulu, do you want to visit your family since we're already here?" She shook her head. "No, if I visit them, they might make me return home sooner. And it's not like I miss them or anything. Then let's return back to my apartment for now." Yuan nodded. They returned to the car shortly after and began making their way back to the Cultivators Association. Chapter 645, Moving Out of the Apartment. "So, yeah, we need $3.5 billion for our faction's headquarters." Wang Ming called his parents to let them know of the situation. "3.5 billion? Are you buying a house on the moon or something? Why the heck is it so expensive?" "No, It's a house in the Dragon Spiral Mountain. What? The Dragon Spiral Mountain? You know of it? Of course. It's one of the most suitable places in this world for cultivators. If it were not for our family size that consists of 6 different families, we would have moved there. I see. Anyways, I will give you Yuan's bank information. You can send it to him whenever you're ready. You sound very confident that we'll give you the money, Wang Ming's father said. You're not. I will let Yuan know right now if that's the case. Wait, I was only joking. Let me speak with the others first, but I'm sure we'll be able to help him. Even if he needs twice that amount, we'll be willing to help our savior, his father said. After what happened at the Jaded Garden, the people there now address Yuan as their savior. Wang Ming hung up the phone shortly after and said to Yuan, "Our family should be sending the money to you as soon as possible." "Thank you," he nodded. Sometime later they returned to the Cultivators Association. "Please follow me to fill out the documents," Chairman Li said to Yuan. Yuan followed him to his room, where he had to fill out a whole stack of documents. "Here are the rules and regulations that you must follow when living inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain. If you break any of these rules, you could be removed from the place. If that happens, even I cannot help you." Chairman Li handed him a small stack of papers. "Please read all of them and make sure you're okay with them." Yuan proceeded to spend many minutes carefully reading through the rules. In short, they are not allowed to destroy the land there, nor are they allowed to bother their neighbors. If they want to renovate their own property, they'll need approval from the Lord of the Mountain. Most of the rules are quite simple, so Yuan didn't spend too much time on them. Once he finished reading the rules, Yuan signed the paper stating that he understood and is willing to follow the rules. After all of the documents were signed, Chairman Li said, "I will handle everything else from here. You can begin your moving as soon as possible." "What about the payment?" Yuan asked. "Once you move into the mountain, you'll be approached by the manager who will ask for the payment then. You can pay monthly installments or all at once. It's all up to you." "I understand. Thank you for helping us," Yuan said to him afterward. "It was a pleasure to help you and your faction, Taoist Yuan. If you ever need anything, you know where to find me." After shaking hands, Yuan left the Cultivators Association with the others. "When are you going to move into our new home?" Wang Ming asked him as they walked home. "As soon as possible," he said. "We'll also be doing the same since we don't want to live in hotels any longer." And before they separated, Yuan handed them some papers. "Read this when you have the time. They are rules we must follow when living inside the mountain. If we break any of them, we could be removed." "All right." Once they returned home, Chu Liuxiang said to Sebastian, who had stayed behind to watch the place, "Guess what, Sebastian? I have no clue." He shook his head with a smile. "We're returning to the Dragon Spiral Mountain," she said. "What? Why do you suddenly want to go home?" Sebastian expressed surprise. "Who said anything about going home? Our new home is also in the Dragon Spiral Mountain, and we're moving there now." "Really?" Sebastian looked at Yuan with a surprised look on his face. He knew very well how difficult it is to be allowed inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Although Yuan is a very talented individual with some fame because of cultivation online, that much wouldn't be nearly enough to let him live inside the mountain. So there must be another reason why they were allowed to live there. However, he cannot imagine why the Lord of the Mountain would allow them to move there. Maybe the Chu family had something to do with it. "No, that's not possible. The masters wouldn't do something like this." Sebastian pondered. "Why are you standing there, Sebastian? Let's help them pack so that we can leave this place as soon as possible." "My apologies, young lady. Of course it didn't take long for them to pack everything, since neither Yuan nor Meixiu had much luggage. Other than their clothes, some miscellaneous things, and Yuan's piano, there really wasn't anything else that needed to be moved. Oh, right. We should let Xia Jingyi know that we're moving out of the apartment." Yuan suddenly remembered. "I have already texted Yuru. She'll let Xia Jingyi know once they finish training." "Perfect. Now we just need to move everything here to our new home." Sebastian then said, "We can fit the small luggage inside the car, but the piano will require a larger car." "Miss Meixiu, do you know how to drive a limousine? while I rent out a truck to take care of the piano," Sebastian said to her next. "I can do that." Meixiu nodded. "It's getting dark, so let's do it tomorrow morning," Yuan said. "I understand after eating dinner, everyone went to sleep early." As for Yuan, he went into Cultivation online to temper his body again with Lan Yingying. The following morning, they loaded the small luggage into the limousine, while Meixiu effortlessly carried the piano into the truck rented by Sebastian, shocking the pedestrians with her absurd strength. Once they were ready to move, they began making their way to the Dragon Spiral Mountain, Chapter 646, Manager of the Dragon Spiral Mountain, a few hours after leaving their apartment. Yuan and the others arrived at the gates of the Dragon Spiral Mountain, and to their surprise, Wang Ming and the others were all waiting outside with their luggage. "Why are you all waiting out here?" Yuan asked them. "We couldn't get inside because we don't have any identification, even though we were here yesterday." Wang Ming sighed. "Oh, right. Chairman Li only gave me one identification for now. I really hope you guys didn't stay here overnight." "No, we only got here about an hour ago, so it wasn't that bad." Yuan nodded, and he went to the guards to show them his identification. "Welcome to the Dragon Spiral Mountain, young Master Yuan," the guards greeted him. "Where can I get identifications for my companions so they can enter the place without me?" Yuan asked them. "The manager will handle all of that once she visits you later today," said the guards. "I understand once the gates were opened, Yuan and the others made their way to their new home in the middle of the mountain. Yuan, you can go ahead and pick your room first. We'll decide afterward." Wang Ming said to him, "Well, they're all pretty much the same, so it doesn't really matter to me." "How about this one? It's the largest room in this building, and it's also the closest to the staircase," Shilang suggested. "Sure. What about you two?" Yuan asked Meixiu and Chu Liuxiang. "I will live in the room next to yours," Meixiu said. "Can I live in the same room as you, Brother Yuan?" Chu Liuxiang asked. "I don't really mind, but are you sure? Don't you want your own room?" "I already have my own room at the Chu family's living quarters. I want to spend as much time as I can with you while I'm here," she said. "If that's what you want." Yuan nodded. He really didn't mind sharing the room with Chu Liuxiang, as there was more than enough space for 2, even 3 people. Once Yuan picked his room, the others also went to find their own rooms. Sometime later, after everyone unpacked their luggage, Li Jinshi approached Yuan with her training sword in her grasp. "Yuan, let's spar right now." "Yes." She nodded with a serious face. She has been waiting for this opportunity ever since she left the Jaded Garden, and not being able to train at her previous hotel only made her desire to train stronger. "I'm expecting the manager of the mountain to visit us today, so let's do it tomorrow. Promise." "I promise." "Okay." Li Jinshi then walked away and went to look for someone else to spar with. Yuan returned to his room and sat on the large bed. "I'm not used to living in such a large room," he sighed out loud. Chu Liuxiang, who was organizing her clothes, said, "Aren't you glad I'm living in here with you then? It'll feel less spacious after all." Yuan nodded with a slight smile on his face. He then asked, "Are you sure you don't want to visit your family? You should at least let them know that you're back. It's fine. Sebastian is already there right now." "He'll let them know," she said. "Sebastian? I've been wondering why he suddenly disappeared after unloading our luggage. Brother Yuan, you should prepare yourself." Chu Liuxiang suddenly said, "Huh, prepare myself for what?" Yuan raised his eyebrow. "My family will definitely approach you in the near future, especially now that you're living in the Dragon Spiral Mountain. I just want you to prepare yourself because they can be a little overbearing at times." I will keep that in mind." Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Meixiu knocked on his door and said, "Yuan? Someone calling herself manager is here to see you. Thank you. I'm coming." Yuan left his room shortly after and followed Meixiu outside, where a beautiful young woman in a business suit was waiting. She had long red hair that was tied into a ponytail, and she held a serious expression on her face that almost looked natural. "Are you Yuan?" she asked him when he arrived. "Yes, I am." The manager then took a moment to stare at Yuan's face, as he wasn't wearing his mask at this moment. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "I'm the manager of the Dragon Spiral Mountain, and I'm here to collect your payment. This is my identification. Will you be doing monthly installments or full payment? If you're doing monthly installments, we'll need 500 million as a down payment." "I will do the full payment," Yuan said. "All right. Let's sit down before we proceed." Yuan then led her to the living room. Once they were seated, the manager retrieved a laptop and prepared the payment process. "Please read these documents and sign them while I set up the payment," she said to him. A few minutes later, Yuan signed the documents after reading them with Makeshu. "Here's the bank information. Please send the money here." The manager then showed them the information on her laptop. Makeshu then used her phone to transfer the money. A few minutes later, once she confirmed the payment, the manager said to them, "Congratulations! You're now officially part of the Dragon Spiral Mountain. You don't have to pay for the yearly property tax until you have lived here for a whole year. Do you have any questions? How do I get identifications for my friends living here with me? How many people are currently living here with you?" 9 people so far. The manager then retrieved 9 badges from her laptop carrying pack and placed them on the table. "They will be able to enter the mountain as long as they have these badges. Please don't lose them, or you'll have to pay a hefty fine of $1 billion for each one you lose, and if you're caught selling them, you'll be removed from the mountain." "I understand, thank you," Yuan said as he accepted the badges. "Any more questions for me before I leave?" Chapter 647, Mishu's New Role. "I actually do have one. What kind of person is the Lord of the Dragon Spiral Mountain?" Yuan asked her. "The Lord, huh? Why do you want to know about him?" The manager held a mysterious smile on her face. "Out of curiosity, I guess," Yuan said. "Unfortunately, I cannot tell you anything about the Lord. However, if you live here for long enough, you might get to see him. Is that so, anyways? If you have questions about the mountain, you can contact me at any time of the day. Here's my business card." The manager handed her card to them. "Jenny Zhang." Yuan read the name on the business card. "You can just call me Jenny." After shaking hands with each other, Manager Jenny left the scene. "Since this finished earlier than expected, I'll go spar with Li Jingsky now," Yuan said as he stood up. "What are you going to do now?" "I'm not sure, honestly. In fact, I'm wondering what my purpose is now. Am I still your caretaker? It really doesn't feel like it since I have been spending most of my time cultivating," Makeshu asked him. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "We're no longer in a small home with just the 2 of us. There's Lulu and the others, not to mention the faction. Furthermore, I will be spending most of my time in cultivation online now, so I won't need any attention. Instead of remaining as my caretaker, why don't you do something different? Like being the manager of the faction?" "So basically what my mother is doing," Makeshu asked. "Even though my Feng is still the Yu family's caretaker, she doesn't actually do any caretaking at all, leaving all of the chores for the other servants under her. Instead, she manages the Yu family's company, such as doing their finances and scheduling their appointments, which has nothing to do with being a caretaker, at least not a normal one. If you put it that way, I guess so. After all, you're Miss Meifeng's daughter, and I trust you the most when it comes to these kinds of things. You're smart, responsible, and hard-working. I cannot think of anyone else more fitting than you to manage our faction," Yuan said with a smile. Meishu was left speechless by Yuan's trust in her, even blushing a bit from his compliments. "Okay, I will see what I can do." Meishu nodded with a resolute face. Then she realized something. "What about the actual chores? Who will do them now?" Meishu asked a moment later. "That's a good question." Yuan pondered for a bit before speaking. "Maybe we should do it ourselves. I would hire people to do the chores, but we're kind of short on money after moving to this place, and it'll be a good way to discipline ourselves." "Discipline?" Makeshu raised her eyebrows. She cannot imagine Wang Ming and the others doing chores, as they're all from powerful and wealthy families, so they're probably used to having other people handling their chores. "Let's gather everyone first," Yuan said. Sometime later, everyone gathered in the main lobby. "What's the matter? Why did you gather everyone, Yuan?" Wang Ming asked him as they were in the middle of training when they were called. "Well, I've been talking to Miss Shu about our future and how we should take care of this place. I have decided to make Miss Shu the manager of the faction, so she will no longer have time to be my caretaker. This means we have nobody to do the chores such as cleaning and cooking, and I'm wondering what we should do." "Why don't we just hire some people to do it instead? That's what most big families do," Shi Lang suggested. "I also thought about that, but we're short on money right now, and I don't know how we'll get permission to let these people inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain." Zhu Liuxiang then raised her hand and said, "Actually, the Dragon Spiral Mountain provides free servants if you need people to do chores." "Huh? Really?" She nodded and continued, "On the 1st of every month, the Dragon Spiral Mountain will provide free cleaning services to everyone living in the mountain. However, the downside is that they'll only be available on the 1st of every month, meaning they won't be there whenever you need something to be cleaned. But unless we're making a mess, we don't need to clean that often. If someone makes a mess, they should just clean up after themselves." Yuan nodded. "That will work. Is everybody okay with this?" Everyone there nodded. "What about food? Does this place offer chefs?" Li Jinshi asked. Chu Liusheng shook her head and said, "No, we'll have to either hire them or cook for ourselves." Mishu then said, "If it's just cooking breakfast and dinner, I can handle that by myself." "Are you sure? Won't you be busy with the faction?" Yuan asked her. "Even if you tell me to manage the faction, I don't think there is that much for me to do, especially since we're new and we only have 10 people in the faction. If you say so." Yuan nodded, and he continued, "But if you don't have time to cook in the future, let me know so we can do something about it." "Okay." Once everything was settled, Yuan went to spar with Li Jinshi and the others in their backyard, which was just an empty field at the moment. As for Mishu, she went to research more about factions and what managers should be doing for their factions. "Hey, Jinshi, don't use too much strength when you spar with Yuan if you damage the land too much," Wang Ming warned her. "I know," she said. While Yuan sparred with the others, somewhere in the upper level of the Dragon Spiral Mountain, Sebastian greeted Chu Liuxiang's foster parents. "I've returned, Master Chu, Madam Chu." Sebastian bowed to them. "Sebastian, why did you suddenly return alone? Where's my daughter?" Chu Liuxiang's father asked him. "The young lady is still with Yuan. They are also currently in the Dragon Spiral Mountain, so I decided to return alone and let the masters know of the situation." Chapter 648. Obsessed. "What, Yuan? What is he doing in the mountain? Even if Chu Liuxiang is with him, he shouldn't be able to enter the mountain without the Lord's permission," Chu Shijian, Chu Liuxiang's foster father, said in a surprised voice. "He actually moved into the mountain, and he's currently living in the middle level of the Dragon Spiral Mountain," Sebastian explained to him. "He moved into the mountain. How is that even possible? Although I have no doubt that he'll be able to live here in the future, he shouldn't have the qualifications to enter this place yet. I was also surprised when I heard it, but the Lord approved it, and he moved in just today." Chu Shijian closed his eyes to ponder. "What do you think of him? This Yuan?" The woman sitting beside Chu Shijian suddenly asked. "He's a very talented individual, perhaps even more talented than our top geniuses. Although I haven't spent much time with him or seen his full potential, I believe he's someone worthy of our attention," Sebastian said. "I haven't seen you praise someone like this before, Sebastian. He must have really impressed you." The woman smiled. He nodded and said, "While I didn't witness it for myself, it is true that he defeated the demon that was supposedly as strong as a cultivator at the peak Spirit Grandmaster. I have also watched him practice with the 6 spiritual family's geniuses. He's the real deal. If you never fought one yourself, how do you know that demons are really that powerful? If you ask me, I think they exaggerated the demon's power." "Exaggerated, huh? I really can't tell you since I wasn't there to witness it." Sebastian shook his head. Chu Shijian then spoke. What about Chu Liuxiang? How would you describe their relationship? After a moment of silence, Sebastian spoke. From what I have witnessed, the young lady truly cares about Yuan. In fact, I would even say she's obsessed with him. Obsessed? Madame Chu frowned slightly when she heard this, and she said, I don't like the sound of this word, especially when it's about one of our members. Although Liu Xiang is not blood-related, she still has our surname, so she has the obligation to behave like one. Unfortunately, I don't know how else to describe her feelings for him besides obsessed. If he asks her to die for him, she most likely wouldn't refuse. It's that serious? The parents looked at each other with perplexed emotions in their eyes. They knew Chu Liuxiang valued Yuan, but they didn't anticipate her feelings would be this intense. From what I am hearing, this Yuan doesn't appear to be a good influence on Liuxiang. I think we should separate them as soon as possible before it's too late, Madame Chu suddenly suggested. Hearing this, Sebastian quickly said, with all due respect, I don't think that would be a wise decision, Madame Chu. Oh, why not? She stared at him with narrowed eyes. Although Yuan may not have many achievements now, his potential is enormous, and we cannot ignore that. If we separate them and defend him, I fear he might retaliate against us in the future. Retaliate against us? The Chu family? Madame Chu chuckled in a manner that looked down on Sebastian's claims. After all, the Chu family is one of the largest and most influential families in this world. How can a single person possibly affect them, much less threaten them? Whether he is worthy or not, I will be the judge of that. Sebastian, continue observing Yuan and my daughter? Chu Shijian commanded. As you wish. After speaking with the Chu family, Sebastian returned to Yuan's faction. Thank the Lord I didn't mention the young lady's desire to bear Yuan's child, or the masters would have acted immediately. I have done everything I could to support you. It's all up to you two now. Sebastian sighed inwardly. The following morning, Yuan woke up before sunrise and went to his closet, where he had 2 zithers stored. He retrieved the plain-looking zither and went outside with it. After taking a seat in the middle of the field, he began playing the zither. A few songs later, Yuan took a deep breath and sighed in a low voice. I will be fighting the sect master of the blood sect today, and I might have to kill him in order to protect the others. But I hope things don't go that far. Once he cleared his mind, Yuan returned to his room and wore the console on his head, entering Cultivation online. Young master? Where are you going? Feng Yuxiang and the others asked him when he noticed him trying to leave the Luo family by himself. I'm going to fight the blood sect, he calmly responded. Then we're coming. No, Yuan quickly interrupted, and he continued. You stay here, all of you. I can handle them by myself. Young master, while we don't doubt that you can deal with the blood sect by yourself, I think we should still be there just in case anything happens, Feng Yuxiang said. Please, let me fight them alone, Yuan said to them in a slightly nervous tone. I don't want any of you to see me covered in blood. Are you worried that we might see you differently because you killed a few people? Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked him. Yuan silently nodded. Don't worry, young master. We won't see you in a different light just because you killed a few trash. This is the cultivation world after all. Cultivators killing other cultivators is as natural as breathing in this world, and you're doing it for a good cause. In fact, you'll even be seen as a hero for your actions. Yuan then sighed. While what you say might be true, I won't be able to concentrate with you guys there. Furthermore, I want you to stay here just in case the blood sect attacks this city when I'm gone. Young master, good luck and stay safe, brother Yuan, Xiao Hua suddenly interrupted. Thank you. Yuan left the place shortly after. Why did you let him go alone? What if something happens to him? Feng Yuxiang asked Xiao Hua afterward. This is brother Yuan's decision. We can only believe in him, she calmly responded. Chapter 649, Fighting the Blood Sect. Where is Taoist Yuan? Lord Luo asked Xiao Hua and the others after he left, unaware of the situation. The young master left not long ago to deal with the blood sect, said Feng Yuxiang. Eh? Lord Luo looked at the 3 of them. If they're all here, This meant that Yuan had gone to deal with the blood sect by himself. Seeing Lord Luo's expression, Lan Yingying said, "Yuan will be fine. Don't underestimate him." I understand." Meanwhile, at the Flying Sword sect, Yuan stood before the 3 stone tablets with a tranquil expression on his face. However, inside his mind, he was trying to communicate with somebody. "Are you going to show up today and take control of my body like last time? You like killing people, right?" He would rather let the handsome man take control of his body so that he doesn't have to personally kill the blood sect, and he would feel less guilt that way. Unfortunately, the handsome man would not respond, no matter how much Yuan tried to summon him. Yuan sighed, and for the next 2 hours he would patiently wait for the blood sect to show up at the 3 stone tablets. Yuan snapped out of his daze when he could suddenly sense many presences appearing around him, and these presences would reek of bloodlust. Furthermore, these presences would continue to appear without stopping for many minutes. Tens, hundreds, thousands. Yuan was suddenly surrounded in all directions by thousands of cultivators ranging from spirit apprentice to spirit master, and there was even a single spirit grandmaster amongst them. They brought the whole sect here, even though I only called for their sect master? A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face, as he was only hoping to fight their sect master and a few other people, not their entire sect. Eventually, Yuan no longer needed to sense them, as he could see these people with his eyes, and as expected, it was as though he was being surrounded by a black sea made out of people. However, Yuan tried to remain calm and waited for their sect master to appear. A few minutes later, once the people there stopped moving, Yuan could see a figure hovering in the sky, and this person was slowly approaching him. This person had long white hair that reached his feet, a short white beard, and 2 bloodshot eyes that made it seem as though he hasn't slept for weeks. "Are you the bastard that killed my son?" The blood sect's sect master, Lord Blood, asked once he stopped moving a few meters in front of Yuan. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath before speaking in a clear voice. "That's right. Why did you kill him?" Lord Blood continued to ask. Yuan opened his eyes, revealing the coldness within, and he responded, "Because he was an eyesore." Lord Blood visibly trembled when he heard Yuan's words, but he managed to barely control his emotions. "Are you mad? Even though you guys from the blood sect had killed so many innocent people? Have you heard of karma?" Yuan looked at Lord Blood straight into his red eyes, ignoring everyone else. After a moment of silence, Lord Blood spoke. "I don't believe you. You don't believe me?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. "You can bullshit all you want, but I can tell whether someone is a killer or not just by looking at bloodlust in their aura, and I have a strong sense of smell for blood. Forget bloodlust, you smell like you have never touched blood before. There's no way someone like you killed my son." Lord Blood coldly sneered. Yuan didn't say anything else, and retrieved the Empyrean Overlord, and that immediately alerted everyone there, causing them to draw their weapons and enter a defensive position. However, Yuan didn't attack anyone and merely used the technique Bloody Sword Strike in front of everyone there. Lord Blood's face immediately paled after seeing this technique. He was at a loss for words, as only core disciples and above from their blood sect could learn the Bloody Sword Strike. "Where did you obtain that technique?" Lord Blood asked him in a grim voice. "Where do you think I obtained it?" Yuan responded with a mocking smile on his face. "You bastard!" Lord Blood could no longer control his emotions and roared, "Get him! I want him alive so that I can torture him later," he commanded the thousands of disciples there. Upon hearing their sect master's command, the blood sect disciples did not hesitate to challenge a spirit grand master and rushed at Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan took a deep breath and mumbled to himself, "It's okay. The world is better off without them. They will kill countless innocent people if I don't stop them today. They may have the appearance of a human, but their hearts are no different than a demon, cruel, bloodthirsty, and inhumane. In order to protect Pang City, the Luo family, and everyone else, I must stop them here. They're just ants, beasts, demons." After taking a moment to convince himself to act, Yuan tightened his grasp on the Empyrean Overlord before swinging it like a madman. "Ha! Yuan used bloody sword strike, sending a massive red arc of sword light at the blood sect disciples that were charging at him. Whoosh! The arc of sword light swept the crowd and shredded their bodies in halves instantly and effortlessly. With a single strike, Yuan had killed dozens of people from the blood sect, but the others didn't even bat an eyelid and continued to run at him like a bunch of mindless beasts. Seeing their unnatural reaction, Yuan felt relieved, as this made them seem less human and more like beasts in his eyes. Very quickly, rivers of blood were created and washed over the dried blood in the flying sword sect, and corpses piled up like mountains. Although Yuan was too occupied to realize it, the scenery there was quickly becoming the bloody dream he had a while ago, and somewhere deep within his consciousness, a familiar voice praised his actions as he continued to slaughter the blood sect. Chapter 650, Destroying the Blood Sect. Whoosh. Ah, bang. Ah, bang. Ag. Ag. Blood and body parts scattered all over the place as Yuan continued to swing the Empyrean overlord without mercy. Tens, hundreds of disciples from the blood sect were slaughtered at the hands of Yuan's, yet their sect master Lord Blood remained hovering in the sky without moving a single finger, silently watching his disciples getting slaughtered in the bulk with a cold gaze. Of course, he never really expected the disciples that were mostly spirit apprentices and spirit warriors to capture Yuan, who was a spirit grandmaster. Even if he had tens of thousands of disciples, it would not be enough for a spirit grandmaster. His only motive was to tire out Yuan with his disciples so that he would have a better time taking him down later. In other words, he was sacrificing his own disciples for himself. As for the disciples, they had no choice but to fight Yuan, even if they might die after all. If they don't listen to Lord Blood, they will definitely die at the hands of their own sect master. Get him. He won't be able to defeat all of us. For Lord Blood. The disciples continued to rush at Yuan, despite his overwhelming presence. Heavenly domain. A profound aura suddenly appeared around Yuan, instantly pressuring before flattening the disciples there into meat paste. Blood splattered all over Yuan's body and face, but when the blood touched his golden dragon robes, they would slide right off, almost as though it was coated in a thick layer of liquid-resistance substance. However, the blood on his face remained, and some of it even got into his eyes, making it seem as though he was crying blood. Ha! Yuan swung again, and another dozen people died. Ah, what exactly am I doing? I can't feel anything, Yuan wondered inwardly, he as subconsciously swung the Empyrean overlord in every direction. There's something hitting my face. Is it raining? Why am I doing this again? You're doing this to protect the innocent just like you always have. Another voice suddenly resounded in his head. Who are you? Me? You should already know the answer to that question. The voice responded, and it continued. The sensation of their flesh tearing apart, the smell of blood, the profound atmosphere, their blood-curdling screams. Remember it. Remember it all. Flashbacks began occurring inside Yuan's head, but he still managed to fight the blood sect. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Yuan snapped out of his flashbacks, finding himself in the middle of a bloodbath. All of the blood sect disciples beside the sect master had been wiped out before he realized. Yuan lifted his hands to see that both his hands were covered in blood. His clothes were fine without a drop of blood on them for some reason, but his long hair was dripping in blood. The stench of blood and spilled organs assaulted Yuan's nose, causing his body to tremble, but it was not fear or shock that he was feeling. It was the feeling of nostalgia. What are you going to do now that all of your disciples are dead? Yuan slowly lifted his head to look at Lord Blood with a profound gaze. I am going to kill you now for taking away my son from me, of course. Lord Blood descended from the sky with a red sword in his grasp that pulsated as though it had veins hidden within. He pointed the sword at Yuan as dozens of veins appeared on his head, all looking as though it could pop at any second. You will pay for killing my son, he growled in a slow and cold voice. Yuan momentarily ignored Lord Blood and turned to look at the 3 stone tablets not far away. You will also pay for killing my friend. Yuan tightened his grasp on the Empyrean overlord. D for me. Lord Blood rushed at Yuan a moment later. Yuan welcomed his blade with a grim smile. Clang, clang, clang. They fought back and forth for many minutes, with neither of them getting a lead on the other. Of course, Yuan was going easy on Lord Blood, as he could easily kill someone at Lord Blood's level with ease. Why? Why isn't he tired after fighting thousands of cultivators? Does he have unlimited stamina or something? Lord Blood was shocked inwardly when he cannot gain an advantage over Yuan. I am one level above him, and he's fought thousands of cultivators. Why is he still able to fight me? Thousands of people died because of you. Yuan suddenly spoke. And no, I'm not talking about the people around us. They don't deserve to be called people. They're animals, beasts. Shut up. I kill whoever I want to kill. I am the sect master of the blood sect. Whoever lives or dies is within my discretion. Lord Blood laughed. Yuan released a deep sigh after hearing his words. You're really just a beast, nothing more. Yuan suddenly distanced himself from Lord Blood and stopped moving. Do you want to know how your son died? He asked after a moment of silence. Lord Blood narrowed his eyes that were filled with hatred. This is what killed him. Yuan raised his sword into the air for a moment before sending it downwards. Heaven-splitting sword strike. This is, Lord Blood was too shocked to react, allowing the beam of light to consume his body, and almost instantaneously his body disappeared with the light. Yuan released a deep and profound sigh of relief after killing Lord Blood. Suddenly, ding, so congratulations. You have exterminated the blood sect. You have completed a hidden quest. Fame plus 1,000. Congratulations. You have obtained the title Sect Destroyer. Ding, due to your actions that vanquished thousands of evil souls, your reputation within the faction has increased significantly. Your faction rank has ranked up. Faction rank Warrior Ding. Congratulations. Your soul weapon Empyrean Overlord has absorbed enough spiritual energy and leveled up. Your Empyrean Overlord's unique ability has leveled up. Empyrean Overlord Level 2, rank Soul Weapon, growth rate, very slow, unique ability. Emperor's Domination, amplify the power of all sword techniques by 300% when wielding this sword. After all of the notifications came and went, Yuan looked around the place and pondered for a moment. Sometime later he began walking around the place, picking up the spatial rings and pouches that no longer had an owner. I am currently short on money, and I cannot rely on Feng Feng forever. Of course, Yuan hoped to sell these spatial rings and the treasures inside for some gold later. After gathering all of the spatial rings he could find, including Lord Blood's spatial ring, Yuan quietly left the scene and made his way back to Pang City. It's the blood sect. When the guards saw Yuan's bloody appearance, they immediately mistook him for someone in the blood sect and drew their weapons at him. Yet their legs couldn't help but shake uncontrollably. Calm down. It's me, Yuan, he said to them. The hero? Why is your appearance like that? What happened to you? They asked him in a trembling voice. I had some business to settle with the blood sect. That's all, he said, in a calm voice. That's all. The guards exchanged dumbfounded glances with each other. I'd like to return to the Luo family and quickly wash myself, if you don't mind. Right away, the guards immediately allowed him into the city. Yuan didn't say anything else and made his way back to the Luo family where Xiaohua and the others were waiting. Brother Yuan, young master. Yuan, master, Yuan, his companions were clearly shocked, speechless by Yuan's bloody appearance. Don't worry, this isn't my blood. I will explain everything later, but right now I need to use the bathroom. The three of them could only nod their heads in silence. After entering the bathroom, Yuan would proceed to spend almost 2 hours washing the blood off his body and hair. Once he was done, he sat before the Luo family and the others in another room. Daoist, Yuan, what happened? Lord Luo asked him. Yuan didn't immediately respond. Instead, He retrieved Lord Blood's special ring and a bloodied medallion which read Blood Sect Authority. That's something only the sect master of the Blood Sect should have. Why do you have that? Lord Lua exclaimed in a terrified voice when he saw the medallion. I killed him and took it from him, Yuan responded in a calm voice. You killed Lord Blood? But his disciples, the Blood Sect, will. The Blood Sect won't do anything to me since I killed most of, if not all of their disciples as well. The room turned silent after Yuan finished his sentence, and everyone there could only stare at him with clear disbelief on their faces. This is what happened. Yuan then explained the situation to them and how he fought against the entire Blood Sect by himself. Chapter 651. Heart Demon, Young Master. Don't blame yourself. You did nothing wrong by killing those evil cultivators. Feng Yuxiang spoke a moment after Yuan explained his battle with the Blood Sect, as there was a clear sense of guilt within his eyes as he explained how he killed thousands of disciples from the Blood Sect. However, Yuan shook his head and sighed in a low voice. You're wrong. I am neither feeling guilt nor self-blame because I killed those evil cultivators. I'm worried because I don't feel any sympathy even after killing so many people. Even now I cannot feel anything. Is there something wrong with me? That's completely normal, young master. It just means your consciousness doesn't find anything wrong with killing some evildoers. I can assure you that there's nothing wrong with you. You're just growing up as a cultivator. That's it. Growing up, huh? Yuan sighed. Sometime later, Yuan said to Lord Luo, Pang City should be safe now that the Blood Sect is gone. Thank you. Taoist Yuan, once again, you have saved our city. Lord Luo stood up and bowed to him. Unfortunately, our family doesn't have anything else to give you, as I had already given you our most valuable treasure. The Starry Abyss, huh? Yuan suddenly retrieved the Starry Abyss. I still haven't thanked you for giving me this treasure. It has been really useful to me ever since then. This treasure is more than enough to compensate for everything I have done for the city, as well as what I will do for it in the future. Of course, I hope nothing bad happens to this place ever again. Thank you, Taoist Yuan, after talking with each other for a little more. Yuan returned to his own room. I'm going to spend some time clearing my mind, Yuan said to them. He then turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and said, Feng, can you do me a favor? Anything for the young master. I will be taking Makeshu and another friend with me to climb the stairway to heaven, but they're not here. Can you bring them here for me? Another friend. Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrow. Yuan proceeded to give her Makeshu and Chu Luxiang's location. I should return in 2 days, she said, after calculating how long it would take to bring them back. She then handed him a bunch of treasures and said, If you want to temper your body while I am gone, you can use this. Ah, here, let me separate it for you. After separating the treasures, Feng Yuxiang left Pang City to pick up Meixiu and Chu Luxiang. Meanwhile, Yuan went to the courtyard and sat under a tree with his eyes closed, seemingly cultivating. Yuan? He's changed. Lan Yingying, who was watching him from a distance with Xiaohua, mumbled in a low voice. This change will only benefit Brother Yuan, who intends on climbing the stairway to heaven. Xiaohua said. Sometime later, a figure approached Yuan and asked him, Are you okay? Yuan opened his eyes and turned around to see Min Li standing behind him with a slightly worried face. Have you ever killed people before? Yuan suddenly asked her. Min Li shook her head and said, No, but I have come close to killing someone a few times in my life. I heard you destroyed the Blood Sect by yourself. I didn't think such a thing was possible, but knowing you, I guessed nothing is impossible. Hopefully, I didn't destroy myself in the process. Yuan sighed. Why would you say something like that? Min Li looked at him with raised eyebrows. I can tell that I am changing. I am feeling emotions I have never felt before, and I am doing things that I could have never imagined doing. I'm afraid that it'll change me completely sooner or later. Is it really that bad? People change. We're both still young, so we have a lot of room and time to change. Aren't you afraid that you could become someone you don't want to become? What if I suddenly become a cold-blooded killer? Yuan asked. Min Li chuckled and said, Trust me, you could be anything, but a cold-blooded killer isn't one of these things. How can you tell? Min Li shrugged. Who knows? Just a hunch, I guess. Anyways, although some may say that one has no control over what kind of person they may become, I believe the complete opposite, that it's all in your hands who you want to become. Yuan showed a slight smile on his face after her words that sounded oddly familiar, as Xiao Hua had said similar words before. Don't think too much about it, Yuan. You had to do what was necessary. If you let this consume you, it could grow into a real heart demon in the future, and you really don't want that. Min Li then said, A heart demon? What's that? It's something that manifests in your heart, your greatest fears, or anything traumatic, really. Once you have a heart demon, it will be incredibly hard to get rid of it, and it will hinder your cultivation until you get rid of it, which requires you to face your fear or trauma. Is it common for someone to have a heart demon? Yuan asked. Of course. In fact, it's really common, although most people are not aware that they have a heart demon since it lingers within the deepest parts of their consciousness. I wouldn't be surprised if out of 10 cultivators, 8 or 9 of them have some sort of heart demon lying dormant within their consciousness. In my case, even though I have already left them behind, my family will probably become my heart demon in the future. Min Li sighed with a bittersweet smile. I see, thank you, Disciple Min. You've helped me calm down a lot. Just call me Min Li, or even Min. I understand, Min. Sometime later, Yuan stood up and said to her, Anyways, you should get ready if you aren't already. We'll be challenging the stairway to heaven in a few days. Chapter 652, revealing his true background. It's been a while, Mei Shu. Feng Yusheng greeted her with a calm smile on her face. Hello, Feng Feng. How have you been? The same as usual. What about you? Anything new since our last meeting? A lot has happened since then. Mei Shu sighed. Want to talk to me about it while we go pick up the young master's other friend? Feng Yusheng asked as she picked up Mei Shu with qi manifestation. Just a little. Mei Shu nodded. Meanwhile, news of what happened to the blood sect spread like wildfire throughout the entire lower heavens, and within a single day, nearly everybody has heard about it. Have you heard? Someone named Yuan has managed to destroy the blood sect. I have heard about it, but is it even possible to completely destroy an evil sect? Even if you killed a few hundred disciples from the blood sect, they won't be destroyed unless you exterminate all of their disciples. They're like cockroaches. That's the thing. He didn't just kill a few hundred disciples, he killed thousands of them. Of course, this includes their sect master and all of the high-ranking disciples that Lord Blood brought with him. It'll be hard for them to rebuild after this, even if they're the blood sect. And they still lost to a single man? Heavens, how powerful is this Yuan person? And how come I haven't heard of him until today? I believe there was also a disciple with the same name in the Dragon Essence Temple. Oh, I heard about him. He's the one who carried their sect to first place in the mystic realm, right? The Dragon Essence Temple's reputation also rose because of Yuan's achievements. Eventually, the news reached the ears of the players, which caused quite a commotion in the real world. Rumor has it player Yuan destroyed an entire sect by himself. How do we know it's the real player Yuan, and not some phony? Who else but the real player Yuan can erase an entire sect by himself? Are you sure that's not some exaggerated story created by his fans? They do that quite often. No, it's real this time. NPCs around the world are talking about it, and I even went to the Flying Sword sect to look at the battlefield. The place was still covered in blood and corpses when I got there. I have never seen anything that brutal and gruesome before, and he did it all by himself. By himself. Just how powerful is player Yuan now? After being silent for some time, he suddenly appears again and destroys an entire sect. I'm telling you, he's a damn cheater. At the Eternal Lotus's headquarters, Jia Jingyi shared the news to Yu Ru, who wasn't impressed by it as she would normally be. In fact, she became worried after learning that Yuan had destroyed an entire sect and killed thousands of people. Are you sure it's Brother Yuan? I don't believe it. There's no way that he could kill so many people, even if it's just a game. Yu Ru denied it. I know. It must be one of these fake news created by his fandom to boost his reputation. It has been happening more and more frequently. It's true, Sister Ru. It's all over the forums right now. Jia Jingyi sighed. Yu turned silent for a good moment. It must be because of what happened at the Jaded Garden. Meixiu said Brother Yuan had lost a dear friend to the demon. That tragedy must have changed him. Yu sighed. Brother Yuan is in pain, yet I am not there for him. After pondering for a bit, Yu looked at Xia Jingyi and said in a resolute voice, I am going to meet with Brother Yuan in Cultivation online tomorrow. She then called Meixiu. However, nobody picked up since Meixiu was busy in Cultivation online, so she sent a text message instead. The following morning, Meixiu returned Yu's call. Sorry, Yu, I was inside Cultivation online the whole night yesterday, so I couldn't answer your call. Did you need something? Meixiu asked. Can you tell my brother that I want to meet him in Cultivation online tonight if it's possible? Of course, I will let him know. Oh, where are you located right now? I will ask Fang Feng to pick you up after giving Meixiu the location and time. Yu closed the call and went to morning practice. Meanwhile, Meixiu told Yuan about Yu's meeting request during breakfast. Brother Yuan's little sister, huh? I have been wanting to meet her for a while now. Chu Liuxiang mumbled with a profound smile after hearing the news. Yuan, you have a little sister? Since when? Wang Ming and the others were also intrigued, as this was their first time hearing about it. Since I was adopted into the Yu family, he said with a smile, not even bothering to hide it. Huh, Yu family? They looked at each other, wondering why it sounded so familiar. My other name is Yu Tian, and I used to be in the Yu family, the one that owns a music and entertainment company in this city. Yuan suddenly revealed his real identity to them. Not only did he trust these people, but he also no longer had any reasons to hide his identity. Wait, that Yu family? Heavens, I would have never imagined that you had such an ordinary background. I thought you came from an immortal family or something similar. Wang Ming exclaimed. The people there were shocked. Although the Yu family is quite influential and big, they were nothing in the eyes of the sixth spiritual family. Why did you use past tense when speaking about the Yu family? Are you no longer with them? Li Jinshi noticed this detail and asked him. That's right, I am not part of that family anymore. They kicked me out after all. What? Li Jinshi and the others were even more shocked to hear this piece of information. Why on earth would the Yu family abandon such a heaven-defying genius that makes even their sixth spiritual family jealous? Are they insane? Wang Ming blurted out his thoughts that were shared by everyone there. Yuan smiled and said, Let me tell you a little bit about my background. Thus Yuan would go on and tell them about his history with the Yu family, and how they abandoned him when he became crippled, leaving them speechless, chapter 653, picking up Chu Liuxiang. Ha 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 ha, I'm sorry for laughing, but I really cannot help it after listening to your story. How stupid can the Yu family be? Wang Ming laughed out loud, abandoning their own son because he became a cripple? It's so ridiculous it's funny. The fact that they abandoned the one and only player Yuan without even being aware of it. Ahem? Li Jinshi suddenly cleared her throat, causing Wang Ming to stop laughing. She then turned to look at Yuan with a serious face. Yuan, do you want to get revenge on the Yu family? Our families can destroy them with ease, after all. Revenge? It's fine. Why don't you feel angry? Any normal person would detest their family if they were abandoned. I never said I wasn't angry at them. In fact, my anger grows every time I'm reminded of them. He spoke in a calm voice. Then why don't you want revenge? I want revenge, but I want to do it my own way by myself. I understand that's even better. Li Jinshi nodded with a smile after breakfast. Yuan returned to his own room with Chu Liuxiang. I thought you didn't want revenge against your family for abandoning you, Brother Yuan. Chu Liuxiang said with a cheeky smile on her face. Well, things change. Yuan smiled back. Anyways, have you met Feng Feng yet? He asked a moment later. No, not yet, but I should meet her soon, and my anticipation is very high. High? Why? Who knows? Chu Liuxiang shrugged before lying on the bed and putting on the console. As for Yuan, he went to play the zither for some time before going to the field to spar with the others. since he had nothing else to do in Cultivation Online until Feng Yuxiang brings Meixiu and the others to the city. Meanwhile, Chu Liuxiang was casually standing underneath a tree outside this small city somewhere in the northern continent, silently staring at the sky. "Hello, beautiful young lady. I cannot help but notice you standing there in a daze from the corner of my eyes, as you were just so dazzling. You can leave me alone." Chu Liuxiang turned to look at the handsome young man standing in front of her. "Don't be like that. There seems to be a lot in your mind. If you want, I'd be happy to hear you." "I'm thinking about the love of my life, so I would like it for you to leave me alone," she interrupted again. "See that eye?" The young man became speechless after hearing her words. However, Chu Liuxiang was simply too beautiful for him to give her up so easily. It was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for him. Unfortunately, before he could open his mouth again, he noticed another figure at the corner of his eyes, and this figure had descended from the sky, causing him to turn his focus. "Are you the young master's friend?" Feng Yuxiang asked her. "Young master?" Chu Liuxiang raised her eyebrows. "That's her, Feng," Meixiu said in a calm voice. The young man was stunned by the sudden appearance of Feng Yuxiang and Meixiu. He has never seen so many top beauties at once before. "Well then, what are we waiting for?" And before the young man or Chu Liuxiang could even react, Feng Yuxiang lifted Chu Liuxiang into the air before flying away. "You are certainly in a rush, Feng," Meixiu said to her as they soared in the sky. "I promised the young master that I'd return to his side in 2 days, and I didn't add into account that I'd have to pick up Yu Ru as well, even if she wasn't part of the plan. I intend on keeping my promise." "Are you okay, Chu Liuxiang?" Meixiu turned to look at her, who had a bewildered expression on her face. "We're flying?" she exclaimed in a shocked voice. "First time?" Feng Yuxiang smiled. "Obviously. You could have at least warned me before lifting me into the air." My heart skipped a beat back there. Chu Liuxiang cried out loud. Once Chu Liuxiang calmed down and was more comfortable being in the sky, Feng Yuxiang introduced herself. "My name is Feng Yuxiang, but my friends call me Feng. I am the young master's most loyal servant. Nice to meet you." "I am called Chu Liuxiang, that's all. Tell me more about your relationship with the young master. How did you meet each other?" Feng Yuxiang then asked. "I am his childhood friend. We met in an orphanage." Chu Liuxiang said. Wub-Luwait Feng Yuxiang suddenly stopped moving and looked at Chu Liuxiang with wide eyes. "The young master, he's an orphan?" Although she had many theories on Yuan's mysterious background, being an orphan was definitely not one of them. "He never told you?" Chu Liuxiang nodded her head. Feng Yuxiang quickly shook hers. "I understand why the young master never speaks of his family now. It's because he never really had one." Feng Yuxiang sighed upon this realization. Some time later, they continued their journey to pick up Yu Ru. "Why are you staring at me?" Chu Liuxiang asked Meixiu when she noticed her gaze. Your cultivation? I'm speechless," Meixiu responded in a dazed voice. What about it?" Chu Liuxiang tilted her head in a questioning manner. "Well, it's a lot lower than I'd anticipated." "What did you expect?" "I already mentioned that I didn't spend much time in this world." "I know, but second-level spirit apprentice, wow." Chu Liuxiang, who was a spirit master in the real world, turned out to be only at the second level of spirit apprentice in Cultivation Online, something most people can achieve within a few hours of creating their character. I mean, I never really intended on playing this game seriously, and I'm already cultivating in the real world, so there's no reason why I need to waste my time increasing my cultivation in this world. Chu Liuxiang shrugged casually. That makes sense, I guess. Chapter 654, Confession. A few hours later, Feng Yuxiang stopped moving above a city in the eastern continent. "We have arrived," she said to the other 2 girls. "I see Yu Ru. She's over there." Meixiu pointed at the small figure standing outside the city gates. "Of course. She was surrounded by young men, just like when Yuan first found her." "Young fairy? Why are you standing out here alone? Why don't you come with me, and I will show you all around the city and some more?" No, you should follow me. My father is the A. You're floating. The people there were shocked when Yu suddenly started levitating off the ground. She's not floating. She's flying. Spirit Grandmaster. They then watched as Yu flew towards Feng Yuxing and the others in the sky. It's been a while, Yu. I hope I didn't interrupt your fun down there? Feng Yuxing said to her with a smile. You came just at the right time, Feng Feng. Then let's return to the young master's side, shall we? We're already behind schedule. Feng Yuxing then carried all three of them back to Pang City. Shortly after they began their journey, Yu noticed someone there that she didn't recognize at all. Chu Liuxiang. Hello, I am called Yu. Are you also one of Brother Yuan's friends? I'm his sister. Little sister, Yu asked her. Chu Liuxiang narrowed her eyes on Yu with a profound smile on her face. So you're Yu, huh? How surprising. You're nothing like I'd anticipated, completely different from your parents. The polar opposite, even? My parents? Yu's eyes slightly widened. You're from the Yu family, no? Oh, so you're also a player. I assumed you were an NPC since Brother Yuan doesn't really have any acquaintances out there. This makes more sense, Yu mumbled after realizing this fact. Name's Chu Liuxiang. How did you and my brother meet? What is your relationship with him? And for how long have you known him? Yu quickly began interrogating her. Brother Yuan and I go back, way back. I have known him for many years now. As for our relationship together, we're friends for now at least. Chu Liuxiang said, still with a smile. Be Brother Yuan? Yu frowned slightly. While Xiaohua also addresses Yuan as brother, Yu didn't mind it as much since Xiaohua was an NPC, and she also has the appearance of a little kid. Chu Liuxiang, however, is a young lady around Yuan's age, so Yu wasn't as accepting this time. Yu turned to look at Makeshu for answers. However, Makeshu acted as though she didn't notice Yu's intensive gaze, leaving her alone to deal with Chu Liuxiang. I'm sorry, Yu, but I'll let you handle her. Makeshu sighed inwardly. See, calling your friend brother is a little bit weird, don't you think? Yu asked a moment later. Weird, why? Even if it's a little weird, I cannot help it, as I'd gotten used to calling him that ever since we were young. Young? Yu grew even more puzzled after hearing such words. How could Chu Liuxiang possibly know Yuan when they were young, when her family doesn't allow Yuan to associate with the outside world, much less have friends? Are you a fan of my brother from when he was still performing on the stage? Yu could only come to this conclusion after a quick pondering. No, we go even further back. Chu Liuxiang shook her head. Even further back? That's not possible. Yu suddenly halted her mouth movements when she realized something. Don't tell me that's right. We were at the same orphanage. I have known him before he was taken away from me by your Yu family, Chu Liuxiang said with a smile on her face, unaware that Yu wasn't supposed to know this information. Although Meishu didn't realize it at first, she realized the problem afterward, but it was already too late, as Chu Liuxiang had already revealed the secret that Yuan was adopted into the Yu family, that he wasn't really Yu's real brother. Seeing Meishu facepalm herself, Chu Liuxiang raised her eyebrows, still unaware that she had accidentally revealed a secret that Meishu and Yuan had been hiding for many years now. Even with her Chu family's intelligence agency, there was no way that they could have known that Yu didn't know Yuan was adopted. Seeing Yu's blank face, Meishu opened her mouth to try and salvage the impossible situation. Yu, I can explain. It's fine, Meishu. You don't have to explain anything to me. Yu suddenly interrupted. Actually, I have a confession to make. I have known about Brother Yuan's adoption, that he is not really my brother for a long time now. It was now Yu's turn to reveal this shocking information. How did you? Makeshu stared at Yu with a dazed face. How did I find out? It was actually by pure coincidence that I found out. I snuck inside my father's room one time when I was playing hide-and-seek with you, since I knew you couldn't go there, and I stumbled upon it inside the closet. After learning about it, I began investigating it to confirm the information, and sure enough, it was true. How long have you known about it? Meishu then asked. Shortly after Brother Yuan became unable to move his body. Yu sighed. For that long? Meishu was truly shocked, speechless now. To think Yu had managed to hide this fact for so many years, it was truly a shock to Meishu. Wait, so you're telling me that you didn't always know about Brother Yuan's adoption? Chu Liuxiang finally spoke after comprehending the situation. Yu shook her head. No, actually, perhaps I knew, but forgot about it, since Brother Yuan always treated me like a real sister, and I was very young back then. Maybe I didn't want to believe it, and tricked myself into thinking that he was my real brother. Even I don't know any more. Chapter 655. Yu's Decision. Sorry for keeping this a secret from you two. Meishu? Yu sighed a moment later. No, I should be the one apologizing. There have been many moments where I pondered about telling you, but seeing you so happy to be his little sister, I didn't want to ruin it for you or him by tearing apart your status as brother and sister. Meishu shook her head. I understand, after all. That's also why I didn't reveal the fact that I knew about it. I didn't want to ruin our relationship as siblings. Yu smiled. She then turned to look at Chu Liuxiang and continued, Can you tell me about Brother Yuan's life in the orphanage? I have always been curious, but I was also too scared to ask about it, since that would give everything away. Of course it would be my pleasure. To Yu's surprise, Chu Liuxiang didn't object to her request, as she was certain that Chu Liuxiang would rather keep everything a secret just to tease her. But in return, you'll tell me about Brother Yuan's life in the Yu family. The good memories. I already know all of the bad ones, after all. Chu Liuxiang added, and for the rest of the journey, Chu Liuxiang and Yu would share their memories with Yuan to each other, quickly becoming friends. What a surprise! This left Meishu profoundly surprised, as she did not expect the two of them would suddenly become friends. In fact, she had expected some sort of rivalry between them, especially since Yu is very protective when it comes to Yuan being with other women. A few hours later, they arrived at Pang City, and Feng Yuxiang descended directly in front of the Luo family's manor. Welcome back, seniors. The guards bowed to them. A couple of minutes later, they went to Yuan's room. Young master, I have returned from the trip. Feng Yuxiang knocked on the door. Brother Yuan, I am here. Yu shouted in an excited voice. Yuan appeared before them shortly after hearing their voices. Hello, Yu. It's been a while. Yu pounced on Yuan and hugged him tightly before he could even finish his sentence. I have missed you very much, brother. Yuan returned her hug. I missed you too. Anyways, why did you want to meet with us so suddenly? Yuan asked her once they entered his room. Well, I was worried about you, worried about me. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Of course. I heard that you'd killed thousands of people and exterminated an entire sect. Is that true? I couldn't believe it when I heard it. After all, there's no way that you could do such a thing. Oh, so it's about the blood sect, huh? Yuan sighed. Brother Yu, it's true. I destroyed the blood sect and killed thousands of their disciples, he said with a serious expression. Yuaru's eyes widened. Although she already knew in her heart that it was true, she had to hear it from Yuan's mouth to completely believe it. Are you okay? Yu asked him after snapping out of her daze. Yes, I am fine, he nodded. Why would you do such a thing? It's not like you. Yu stared at him in the eyes with a worried gaze. The blood sect is an evil sect. They have killed many innocent people, and they would have continued to do so if someone didn't stop them. They also killed one of my first friends in this world, so I took it upon myself to stop them. I guess you can even call it revenge. I wasn't expecting to destroy their sect, but fortunately for me, their sect leader had gathered all of his disciples, allowing me to wipe them out in one go. I don't expect you to understand my feelings, but if you'd met the blood sect, these insane beasts, You would also want to destroy them. Brother. Yuru was speechless, but she could tell that her brother had changed drastically since the last time she saw him. He no longer looked as immature and innocent as before, and there was even a hint of coldness deep within his eyes that she almost didn't notice. If my actions had disappointed you, I'm sorry, but I had to do what was necessary to save this city and other innocent people. Yuru closed her eyes and took a deep breath, silently digesting all of this information. It's not that I'm disappointed, brother. I'm just surprised, flabbergasted that you had the capabilities to do such a thing. In the end, this is just a game, and it's not illegal to kill others in this world, so I completely understand. Hearing Yuro's words, Yuan wanted to tell her that Cultivation Online might exist somewhere in their universe, but he decided to tell her about it later, since he didn't want to overwhelm her with so much information so quickly. Thank you for understanding, Yuro. What are your plans now? Yuro asked something later. We're going to climb the stairway to heaven and transcend to the next realm. Do you want to come with us? We have more room if you want to follow us, Yuan said. Yuru pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I wanted to follow you before, but I think it would be better to stay down here for now. Eh? Why? Yuan asked in a slightly dumbfounded voice. First of all, most of my time is now spent on training myself, and when I do have the time to play, I'd rather just rest. In other words, I have no time to be in this world. Yuru sighed. You sound like an old man who's devoted all his time to work. Chu Liusheng suddenly said. Well, I cannot deny that. Yuru shrugged. But that's not the only reason why I want to stay down here. Let me explain. Yuru continued, chapter 656, just joking. The other reason why I don't want to ascend has connections to the first reason. Since I don't have time to play, my progression will barely move, so even if I ascend, I will only be a hindrance to you all. Do you understand? It's like sending a low-level player to a place filled with high-level monsters. I won't be able to do anything by myself if you leave my side even for a moment, brother, and I do not expect you to wait for me, as that would be a waste of time. Yuru sighed, but I can help you progress faster with treasures. You won't be a burden to me, Yuan said. Don't even bother trying to convince me, brother. I have already decided to stay down here. Furthermore, I won't be alone since I will have Sir Jingyi by my side. After a moment of silence, Yuan sighed. All right, fine, I won't try to convince you any more. However, just know that once I leave, it will be incredibly hard for us to meet in this world again, since I cannot come down to the lower heavens whenever I please. It's not like we cannot see each other in the other world. Yuru smiled. Anyways, I have to wake up early tomorrow for training, so I won't be able to stay here for much longer. Let's talk to each other until I have to leave, okay? Yuan nodded. I want to hear more about your faction, of course. It's a really great place. Everyone there is very nice to each other, and it feels like I'd suddenly gained a new family. Although training is hard at times, my cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds since I started training there. Yuru proceeded to recall her last couple of weeks as a member of the Eternal Lotuses. She told Yuan her daily routines, her training schedules, and even some of Xiaxia Jingyi's experiences there. It sounds like a great place. I should visit there one day. Yuan smiled. How about your faction, brother? You created one, right? Yes, that's right. It's called the Demon Sealing Faction. Wait, Demon Sealing Faction? Yuru looked at him with wide eyes, as the name of his faction implies their purpose. Yes, there are still demons left in our world, and our purpose is to exterminate all of them. Yuan explained to her. That's too dangerous. I won't let you endanger your life like this. Yuru exclaimed. I know it's dangerous, but I am the only person in the world who can fight these demons, at least for now. If I don't fight them, they will wreak havoc around the world and kill many innocent people. Yuru was left speechless by his selfless words. And when I imagine one of these innocent people being you or any of my friends, I don't want another friend to die again, much less my own sister. Yuru closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. I understand, brother, however, you must be careful. Definitely. Yuan nodded with a gentle smile. After talking to each other for a few hours, Yu hugged Yuan before logging off the game. Yuan went to speak with Lord Luo and his family afterward. "I will be leaving this place tomorrow. Thank you for everything. We should be the one thanking you, Taoist Yuan." Lord Luo bowed to him. "Yuan, will we be able to see each other again in the future?" Luo Li asked him. "I will try my best to make it happen. It's a promise." Yuan looked around and asked, "Where's your brother? I haven't seen him since I got here. He's at his sect right now, but I will let him know that you'd visited us." Luo Ling said. Yuan nodded and logged off shortly after to have dinner. "Your sister is a special one. Nothing like I had anticipated?" Chu Liu Xiang said to Yuan after dinner. "Really? Were you able to get along with her?" "I was. We had a lot of interesting conversations on our way to you. Hell, we can even be considered friends at this point." "That's good to hear." Yuan smiled. "If we're going to start a family together, it's essential for me to have a good relationship with your family, after all." Chu Liuxiang chuckled. Wang Ming and the others looked at Chu Liuxiang with wide eyes. Although they were already aware of Chu Liuxiang's feelings for Yuan, they didn't expect her to be so open about it. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. "What a lucky bastard." But it's not shocking for a genius like him to have so many beauties by his side. Wang Ming sighed out loud as he walked back to his room. "If you're jealous, why don't you find your own girlfriends?" "It's not like you have no hope," Wang Bingbing said to him. "Nah, too much work, and I don't have the time to pamper them." Wang Ming shrugged. "What about you, sister? Why don't you become Yuan's woman as well?" "Now, why on earth would I do that?" Wang Bingbing frowned. "For starters, it'll benefit our family greatly. He's also very talented and a good fellow in general. If I were in your shoes, I would already be trying to acquire a slot beside him before all of the slots are taken." "What? You don't like him or something?" Wang Ming then asked. Wang Bingbing sighed after a moment of silence. "That's not the issue. He already has 2 women, Meixu and Chu Liuxiang, by his side, 1 for each arm. They are also extremely pretty and talented, if you haven't noticed already. I won't stand a chance against them." Wang Ming stared at his elder sister with a look of disbelief on his face. "You actually thought about becoming his woman. I was just joking with you." "Ha ha ha ha!" he burst out laughing, causing Wang Bingbing's face to flush with redness. "Gi, grab your sword and meet me outside. I'm going to kill you." Wang Bingbing pointed at him with her hand trembling. Wang Ming casually shrugged. "Are you kidding me? We just ate, so I'm a little sleepy. If you want to fight, we can do it tomorrow." After saying that, he went into his room and locked it, leaving Wang Bingbing speechless. Chapter 657, Nightmare. After returning to his room, Yuan went to his closet and retrieved a basket of medicine. "Are those the medicine you'd acquired from the Jaded Garden? Do you plan on tempering your body tonight?" Chu Liuxiang asked him when she saw the basket. "Yes." "Do you want to join me?" Yuan asked her. "Is that even a question? Of course, I want to join you." Chu Liuxiang wasted no time removing her clothes, stripping herself naked before Yuan could even prepare the bath. "I haven't even prepared the bath. You should put your clothes back on unless you want to catch a cold," Yuan said to her. Chu Liuxiang chuckled. "I haven't caught a cold ever since I became a cultivator. I don't think cultivators can even catch colds. Anyways, I already took my clothes off. I will just wait under the blankets until you're done. You can join me at any time." Chu Liuxiang said as she entered the bed. Yuan couldn't help but smile at Chu Liuxiang's behavior that reminded him of Elder Shan from the Dragon Essence Temple, and they both give off similar vibes. Half an hour later, once the bathtub was prepared, Yuan entered the green water with Chu Liuxiang. "Have you ever tempered your body before?" Yuan asked her. "I have," she calmly replied. "Really? Where does the Chu family obtain their medicine?" "They grow them just like the 6 spiritual families, but they use a different method. It's even a little stronger than the medicine we're currently using. I will ask Sebastian to bring some over tomorrow if you're interested. If you don't mind. Anything for you, Brother Yuan?" "Actually, can I just call you Yuan from now on?" Chu Liuxiang suddenly said. Eh? Of course you can. But why the sudden change? Yuan asked. Calling you brother is obviously something very special for Yu Ru, so I decided to not take that away from her. She was the only one in the Yu family who cared enough to take care of you, after all. Chu Liuxiang explained, and she continued. Furthermore, it feels weird trying to start a family with my brother. You can call me whatever you want? Yuan smiled. Really? Then can I call you darling? I find that more fitting than just Yuan. It's more unique as well. Dear darling? I think that's a little bit too much. Please? Everybody already calls you Yuan, and I want you to feel special when we're together. Yuan sighed. After pondering for a moment, he gave up and said, Fine, but you can only call me that when we're alone. It will feel awkward if you call me that in front of everyone. Don't worry. I will wait until we're officially a family before I start doing that. Chu Liuxiang smiled. The two of them casually spoke to each other while absorbing the medicine. Because both of them were used to tempering their body in stronger medicine, they were both felt relaxed enough to chat while tempering their body at the same time. You spoke with my sister today, right? What did you talk about? Yuan suddenly asked. That's a secret. You can't even tell me a little? I cannot. We promised Yu Ru that we would keep it a secret, after all. Since you made a promise, I won't ask any more. Let's change the topic. Your cultivation base in Cultivation Online, I was surprised when I saw it. Second-level spirit apprentice. I didn't think it would be that low. Meixiu also said the same thing, you know. Chu Liuxiang smiled, and she continued. Is it really that bad? I'm already a spirit master in this world. Why do I need to cultivate in that world as well? I don't have enough time in this life to cultivate 2 bodies at once. Like you'd said, you're already a spirit master in this world, which is the limit of this world. Your progress will now be incredibly slow, and it could take years to increase even a single level. However, that's not the case for Cultivation Online. In that world, you can surpass Spirit Master and become a Spirit Grandmaster and so much more. Furthermore, some of the things you do in Cultivation Online, such as consuming treasures, will somehow affect you in this world. What if increasing your cultivation base there also affects us, but we just don't know how yet? Darling, that actually makes a lot of sense. You're a genius. I never thought about it like that until you mentioned it. You have opened my eyes. I will focus on my cultivation in Cultivation Online now. Really, yes, as you'd mentioned. I have already reached the limits of this world, so there's almost no point for me to continue cultivating this body. Instead, I should cultivate my second body. It might even help us break through the limits of this world and reach an unprecedented level. Unfortunately, it'll require a lot of resources if I want to catch up to Meixiu, much less you. I could ask my family for help, but that would require me to return home, and I don't want to do that. Chu Liuxiang sighed. I can help you if you want. After eliminating the blood sect, I managed to acquire a bunch of treasures and spirit stones, especially their sect master's spatial ring. He was loaded with treasures. Chu Liuxiang nodded. Since you offered, I won't be humble, Yua, darling. In return, you can do whatever you want to me tonight and every night after that. The two of them left the bathroom about 3 hours later, after they cleaned out the medicine bath. Yuan went to sleep shortly after without taking up Chu Liuxiang's offer. But it wasn't like she didn't anticipate it. In fact, it would be shocking if he actually did anything to her. In his sleep, Yuan had a dream, a nightmare. He was underneath a crimson sky. There were mountains upon mountains of corpses around him, and he stood in a sea of blood that nearly reached his knees. Yuan felt a presence behind him, so he turned to take a look, and as he'd expected, the handsome man was there, casually sitting on one of the corpse mountains while staring at the red sky with a dazed face. Chapter 658, Evil God. How do you like the scenery? Does it make your heart pound with excitement? The handsome man suddenly asked him without looking away from the red sky. Yuan coldly snorted. Why are you showing up now? You didn't show up when I asked you to fight the blood sect. The handsome man turned to look at him with red eyes and showed a grim smile. Are you still angry that I killed those ants for you? You must have wanted to kill them yourself, but you didn't have the courage, so I had to give you a slight push." Yuan frowned at his words. "Angry? Of course, I am angry. However, it's not because you killed those people. I am angry because you possessed my body without my permission. First, it was the divine paragon, now it's you." Yuan expressed his concerns regarding their possession, and to his surprise, the handsome man actually began laughing. "Possessed? You think we possessed you? That is incorrect. We're not ghosts." "Then how do you explain what happened?" "It's simple. You awakened your memories and began acting as though you were that person. You were the one who called upon us, not the other way around. The divine paragon took over your body because you wanted to defeat the demon." "I took over your body because you wanted to kill those ants. It's as simple as that." "No way." "It's the truth. We may have lived different lives, but in the end, we're all the same person. Don't be angry at me, us. It just means you're angry at yourself." After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a questioning tone. "And who are you supposed to be?" The handsome man suddenly stood up and turned to face him. "People used to call me the evil god. You can call me that as well. It has a nice ring to it." Evil god?" Yuan was speechless. "What did you do to acquire such an obnoxious title?" "I killed people, a lot of people. If you piled all of the people I killed in one spot, it could easily reach the heavens. Don't you remember?" The handsome man showed a cold smug. "Why? Why did you kill these people? Why not?" "They were an eyesore, so I killed them, just like how you killed those disciples from the blood sect." "That's completely different." "No, it's not, but you already know that." "Good luck trying to convince yourself, little evil god." The evil god disappeared after that sentence, and the scenery changed, showing Yuan some of the evil god's memories. However, none of these memories were pleasant, as they were all scenes of the evil god slaying people. There was not a single memory that did not end up in someone dying to his hands. Yuan looked at his own hands that were trembling in disbelief. "I used to be the evil god. What an unfunny joke," he sighed inwardly. Eventually the bloody memories ended, and the handsome man reappeared before him again. However, it was not the evil god. "What do you think about your latest incarnation?" he asked, with a mysterious smile hanging on his face. "An unpleasant fellow that has no morals. He's completely different compared to you and the divine paragon." The handsome man laughed out loud before speaking. "That's not entirely correct. In fact, we're not that different from each other. The divine paragon, the evil god, me, and even you." "What?" "That's not possible. I would never become an evil god." "He killed people because they were an eyesore." Yuan frowned. "You're only saying that because you don't remember everything. And if I recall correctly, didn't you kill a few thousand people without batting an eye not long ago?" "Why did you kill them? Because they threatened the safety of your friends." "That's right. If I didn't kill them, the Pang City would have been in danger." "Once again, you're lying to me, to yourself. You killed them because they were an eyesore, because they were an inconvenience. Everything else is just an excuse." The handsome man turned around and began walking away. "If you want to learn more about yourself, about the reason for your existence, follow your bloodline." "My bloodline? You mean the immortal monarch bloodline? What is so special about it?" The handsome man shrugged at his question before disappearing from his sight. Yuan woke up the next moment to find his body soaked in cold sweats. "My bloodline, huh? Are you okay, darling?" Chu Liuxiang's voice suddenly resounded beside him. "Eh? Sorry, did I wake you up?" "Well, you were just squirming around in your sleep, and it also looked like you were in pain." "I had a nightmare," he sighed. "Do you want to talk about it?" "It's nothing serious. I saw many people getting killed. That's all I see. Anyways, I am going to clear my mind. You can go back to sleep." "All right." Yuan left the bed and went to the bathroom to rinse the sweat off his body. Once he came back out, he went onto the balcony and proceeded to sit there until it was time for breakfast. After breakfast, Yuan went inside Cultivation Online and waited for McShu and Chu Liuxiang to show up. When everyone was gathered, Yuan said his goodbyes to the Luo family. Yuan, do you mind if we repeat what we did last time? Luo Li suddenly asked him. Last time? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. You know, the kiss? Luo Li reminded him in a bashful manner. Oh, that. I don't mind. He casually nodded. Luo Li and Luo Ling wasted no time and gave him a kiss on his cheeks. Goodbye, Yuan. We hope to see you again in the future. Yuan left Pang City with the others shortly after. After leaving the city, Yuan turned to look at Xiaohua and asked, Where is the stairway to heaven? Follow me, Brother Yuan. Xiaohua will take you there, she said with an eager smile, Chapter 659, Encountering the Gu Family. Where the fuck is that bitch Min Li? We have been waiting here for almost a week. She should be here by now, Gu Tao shouted in an angry voice when he lost his patience. Do you think we were fooled by the Min family? He then asked his father, who was sitting beside him inside the carriage. That's not possible. He wouldn't lie about something like this. It would only damage his family's reputation, and you know how much we value our face. Furthermore, this is Min Li that we're talking about. They wouldn't sacrifice their family's reputation for her? Why do you think they sold her to us in the first place? That makes sense, however. That doesn't change the fact that Min Li isn't here. We came here immediately after leaving the Min family, so there's no way that we'd missed her, Gu Tao said. That's also not possible. I had spoken to the people here. None of them have seen Min Li, and she's one eye-catching girl. Then how long are we going to wait? We cannot stay here forever, not to mention that wedding that is supposed to be in 3 days. Gu Tao sighed out loud. There's nothing we can do but wait. It was at this moment the Gu family noticed a group of individuals approaching their direction, and all but one of them were kingdom-toppling beauties. However, Gu Tao only had one person in his eyes, a young lady with a familiar face. Wow, so that is the stairway to heaven, huh? It's much grander than I'd anticipated. Yuan mumbled in awe as he gazed upon the massive staircase that hovered in the air not far in the distance. There were only a total of 9 steps on this staircase, but it was so massive that it filled the sky and seemed like it was created for giants, and there was a beautiful golden door at the end of the 9th step. I have never seen such a big staircase before. It's almost as though it was created for giants, Chu Liuxiang mumbled in a dazed voice. Speaking of giants, do they exist in the cultivation world? Yuan asked. They do. Fang Yusheng nodded. However, they only exist in the upper heavens now. Have you seen one before? Mishu asked her. I have met a few when I was still living up there. They're all incredibly powerful beings with unrivaled strength. They are also born with near indestructible bodies. I want to meet one now. Yuan smiled. By the way, that's not the real stairway to heaven, Fang Yuxiang suddenly said. Then where is the real one? It's inside that golden door, she said. Is that so? Yuan Min Li suddenly tucked his robes. What's the matter? Do you see that large carriage in front of us? It's the Gu family, she said with a worried frown. Gu family, the family you were supposed to marry into? Yuan asked for confirmation. Yes, Min Li nodded. What are they doing here? Do you think they're here to find you? I cannot think of any other reason for them to be here. It's too much of a coincidence. You don't have to worry about them. I will protect you if they try anything funny, Yuan said. And right as they were about to pass the carriage, someone suddenly shouted, Halt! The next moment, Gu Tao and his father, alongside many guards, surrounded them. Min Li, how dare you run away from our marriage? Hurry up and come back to the family with me, and I will make you the happiest woman in this world. Gu Tao stepped forward and patted his chest. I refuse. I left the Min family for a reason, Gu Tao. I'd rather kill myself than join your family. Min Li sneered. Let's not make things difficult, Min Li. The middle-aged man standing behind Gu Tao suddenly spoke. Even if you run away from the Min family, where can you go? Where I go is none of your business. The middle-aged man turned to look at the stairway to heaven behind him and laughed. Do you really think you have the capabilities to ascend through the stairway as a spirit warrior? Have you lost your damn mind? Who said that she'll be climbing by herself? Yuan suddenly stepped forward, standing between Min Li and the Gu family. And who the hell are you? Do you know who we are? Gu Tao immediately frowned at Yuan's presence that felt threatening for some reason. My name is Yuan, and you're one of the 7 legacy families, right? If you know, get the fuck out of the way before you lose your life. I am trying to speak with my woman here, Gu Tao narrowed his eyes. Because they have been waiting at the stairway to heaven for the past week, they have not heard about Yuan's most recent achievement yet. If they knew Yuan had eliminated the blood sect by himself, they wouldn't dare to disrespect him in such a manner. And you must have a death wish, speaking to my young master in such a foul manner. Feng Yuxiang tried to step forward, but was blocked by Yuan. So what if you're one of the 7 legacy families? Min Li has already stated that she won't marry into your family. Furthermore, she will be ascending the stairway to heaven with me. Veins began popping up on Gu Tao's forehead. Min Li, don't tell me that you'd abandon your family and risk offending mine just to be together with this nobody? Have you gone insane? Gu Tao growled in a cold voice. If he's a nobody, then you're less than trash, Gu Tao. You have no idea who you're messing with. Min Li shook her head. The middle-aged man then said, I have had enough of this nonsense. If you don't want to follow us back willingly, we'll force you. Get her. The guards immediately pointed their weapons at Yuan and the others. I have also had enough with your Gu family, Feng Yuxiang suddenly shouted, releasing her spirit Grandmaster Cultivation base. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com, Chapter 660, Take His Cultivation Away, S. Spirit Grandmaster. She's a spirit Grandmaster, the middle-aged man cried, inwardly shocked by Feng Yuxiang's cultivation base. If you dare move, I will kill you, Feng Yuxiang said to them with an overbearing aura around her. However, Gu Tao's father was also a spirit Grandmaster, so he didn't immediately back down. Who are you? He asked her with a slight frown. Feng Yuxiang. What? Madame Feng, from the Golden Phoenix Bazaar? Although he has never personally gone to her store before, his Gu family has purchased many treasures from her place before. Impossible. What are you doing in this place? My business is none of your business. However, your business, on the other hand, Feng Yuxiang narrowed her eyes. How dare you treat my young master in such a manner, courting death? Feng Yuxiang began approaching Gu Tao while emitting strong killing intent. Father, help me. Kill this bitch for me. Gu Tao immediately hid behind his father's back. Although he could sense Feng Yuxiang's threatening aura, he doesn't actually know Feng Yuxiang's identity. Nor was he aware of her cultivation base. Oh, it's been a while since someone cursed at me. A malicious grin appeared on Feng Yuxiang's face. Madam Feng, please excuse this foolish son of mine. Father, what are you doing? Gu Tao looked at him with a confused face, as his father was a spirit Grandmaster. Shut up. You have no idea who you're standing before right now. His father suddenly slapped him in the face, sending his body flying. This shocked the guards from the Gu family. This is their first time seeing Gu Tao being struck by his own father, something that doesn't happen even during training. You think that's enough to seek forgiveness? I won't be satisfied until he stops breathing. Madam Feng, please have mercy. We'll forget about the wedding and leave immediately. The father knew that offending Feng Yuxiang was akin to death in the lower heavens, especially with her vast connections around the world. Unless they called for help from the Gu family in the upper heavens, there was nothing they could do to stop her. Feng Yuxiang didn't say anything, and she turned to look at Yuan for his opinions on the matter as much as she wanted to kill Gu Tao right there and then. She didn't want to upset Yuan, who didn't like violence. Young master, it's your call, she said to him. Yuan turned to look at Gu Tao, who was still struggling on the floor, for a good moment before closing his eyes and speaking in a low voice. Feng, doesn't this situation remind you of another situation that played out very similarly? Feng Yuxiang pondered for a moment before speaking. Are you talking about the Du brothers from before? Yuan nodded and continued. He doesn't deserve to die, but he needs to be taught a lesson. Take his cultivation away, Yuan's words stunned everyone there, including his own people. After snapping out of her daze, Feng Yuxiang responded with a beaming smile on her face. With pleasure, young master. She turned to face Gu Tao and began approaching him. Madam Feng, please, if you take away his cultivation, you might as well kill him. Gu Tao's father subconsciously blocked her path. Get out of my way, Patriarch Gu, unless you want to lose your cultivation too. Feng Yuxiang narrowed her eyes that had turned golden at him, sending shivers down his back. Patriarch Gu knew in his heart that it was impossible to stop Feng Yuxiang. However, he had another option. He turned to look at Yuan and said, Please, stop her. Have mercy, Taoist Yuan. It was at this moment Patriarch Gu realized something. Wait, Yuan? He's that genius from the Dragon Essence Temple? Patriarch Gu could recall ordering his family to recruit Yuan into their family at all cost, yet he'd managed to offend Yuan, young Master Yuan. It was our fault for not recognizing you. We shouldn't have tried to force Min Li to marry into our family. Please, if you cripple Gu Tao, he will be completely useless, and might as well be dead. Yuan scoffed at his words and said, Cripple? Now that's an exaggeration. He may lose his ability to cultivate, but he'll still be able to function as a normal human. Please, young Master Yuan, I beg of you. Patriarch Gu suddenly lowered his body and kneeled on the ground in front of Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan said, Feng Feng. Wait a second. Feng Yuxiang stopped 2 steps away from the terrified Gu Tao. After a moment of silence, Yuan extended his hand and spoke. I am willing to forgive you and your son, but you'll have to do me a favor in return. Really, whatever you need. Patriarch Gu's eyes flickered with hope. You see, I have purchased a house very recently, so I have no money now. If you donate me some of your wealth, I will forgive you. I'm a generous man, so I will only ask for all of your spatial rings and storage pouches. Patriarch Gu's jaw dropped when he heard Yuan's words. It was something he least expected. As the patriarch of the Gu family, Patriarch Gu naturally has plenty of wealth on him. In fact, he normally carries the family's most valuable treasures on his body, since he believes that it would be safer than keeping it at home and that nobody would be able to rob him. The patriarch of a legacy family? Seeing Patriarch Gu's hesitation, Yuan sighed. I gave you a chance since you begged, and you even said whatever I want, but alas. And he continued, Feng Feng, go ahead and continue whatever you were doing, yes. Feng Yuxiang took the last 2 steps and arrived in front of Gu Tao.
Wait, why don't we talk about this?
Patriarch Gu felt like crying, yet he was unable to produce any tears. There is nothing to talk about. You lost that chance when you threatened to take Min Li away by force? Patriarch Gu gritted his teeth in anger, but he eventually gave up and said, Fine, I will give them to you. Chapter 661, A Generous Donation from the Gu Family. Here are my spatial rings and storage pouches. Let my son go now. Patriarch Gu gritted his teeth and handed over his treasures to Yuan. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiang also collected Gu Tao's spatial rings and storage pouches. Here you go, Senior Fairy. Gu Tao handed all of his possession to Feng Yuxiang without any hesitation. In his mind, nothing in this world was more valuable than his cultivation that took years of effort to build. After taking his treasures, Feng Yuxiang returned to Yuan's side and gave them to him. Thank you, Feng Feng. See, can we leave now? Patriarch Gu asked him, seemingly in a hurry to leave. Yes, you can. However, before Yuan could finish his sentence, Xiaohua stepped forward and said, Wait, what's the matter? Yuan looked at her. She pointed at Patriarch Gu and spoke in a calm voice. He still has a spatial ring hidden on his body. Patriarch Gu's entire body trembled when he heard Xiaohua's claims. That's outrageous. I have already given you everything I own. I don't have anything else on me, he exclaimed in a furious tone. Yuan frowned and said, Xiaohua wouldn't lie to me. If she says you're hiding something, then you're hiding something. I will give you one last chance. Patriarch Gu stared at Xiaohua with killing intent in his gaze. Feng Yuxiang chuckled and said, I wouldn't do anything silly if I were you, Patriarch Gu. She's even stronger than me. In fact, she's a spirit king who came from the upper heavens. What? Impossible! Xiaohua didn't say anything and released some of her cultivation base. It's real. She's actually a spirit king. What is a spirit king doing here? Patriarch Gu could feel the blood in his body getting drained when he realized this fact, making his complexion as pale as ghosts. Damn it all. This is all because of the Min family. Patriarch Gu reluctantly retrieved his hidden spatial ring that had all of his most valuable treasures and handed it over to Yuan. If you take this from me, from my family, you will definitely regret it. The Gu family will become your eternal enemy. Think about this carefully one more time. Patriarch Gu glared at Yuan with red eyes under normal circumstances. He would not surrender this spatial ring even if he had to sacrifice his own son. However, he was before a spirit king. If he doesn't obey their commands, he could lose his own life as well as his treasures. Yuan didn't hesitate to take the spatial ring from his hand and said in a cold voice, "You shouldn't have tried to force Min Li. You deserve this punishment. Let's go." Yuan began walking away after accepting the Gu family's generous donation. The Gu family could only stand there and watch as they disappear from the scene. Fuck. Patriarch Gu began destroying whatever was around him in an outburst of anger. "Father, it's just a few spatial rings. We have plenty of treasure at home." Gu Tao tried to calm him down, unaware of what Yuan had really taken away from them. However, Patriarch Gu slapped him and shouted, "Just a few spatial rings? Do you have any idea what was inside those spatial rings? All of our family heritage and secret cultivation techniques are inside that spatial ring." "What?" Gu Tao exclaimed in a shocked voice when he realized the severity of the situation. "Why would you even carry them around with you? Father, we need to take them back even if we have to risk our lives?" "You're dumber than I thought, Gu Tao. They had a spirit king with them. She'll kill us before we can even touch them, much less take back our treasures. Then what can we do? We can't just let them get away with this. We're going back home. I will contact our seniors from Spirit Heaven and ask them to avenge us and take back our treasures. We cannot allow them to steal from our Gu family at all cost." Patriarch Gu said, "Thank you for protecting me, Yuan." Min Li said to him afterward with a rosy face, "I made a promise after all." Yuan smiled. "Young master, you were very cool back there. I cannot believe you actually dared to steal from the Gu family." Feng Yuxiang chuckled. "I didn't steal anything from them. They offered it to me as a donation." He casually shrugged. "Anyways, even though I have their spatial rings and storage pouches, I cannot open them since their owners are not dead. What should I do?" "You can forcefully remove the previous owner's mark on them, but you'll need an array master to do so. If someone without experience does it and screws up, they risk destroying the spatial ring and the contents inside. I definitely don't want that to happen. And what's an array master?" "An array master is something like a formation expert. They specialize in arrays while formation experts specialize in formations," Feng Yuxiang said. And she continued, "As for the difference between them, arrays are small formations that require very little time to cast, allowing array masters to use them efficiently and quickly, and creating arrays only requires spiritual energy. As for formations, they are much larger in scale that requires preparation and a large number of resources, and they usually require more than one person to activate. In other words, arrays are simple and small formations that can be created and used during a fight, while formations are more complex and require preparation before they can be activated. The Thousand Swords formation that was once used by the Flying Sword sect is considered a formation since it covers the entire sect and requires many people to activate. Arrays, on the other hand, are fundamentally like formations, but they function more like techniques. You won't find any array masters in the lower heaven, young master. Even in the spirit heaven, they can be quite rare." Feng Yuxiang said to him, "That's fine. I am not in a hurry to open these spatial rings," Yuan said. Chapter 662, Climbing the Stairway to Heaven. "We have arrived at the stairway to heaven," Feng Yuxiang said as they approached the massive staircase not far away from them. "It's quite empty here." Yuan had expected there to be more people in this place for some reason, but that didn't seem to be the case, as there were only a dozen people there, including an old man sitting behind a desk right beside the staircase. "Young master, speak with that old man whenever you're ready to challenge the stairway to heaven. I will be cheering for you from inside your body, since I don't need to participate in the trials," Feng Yusheng said to him before transforming into a glowing orb and entering his body. Xiaohua is confident that Brother Yuan will succeed. Xiaohua also entered his body a moment later. Only Lan Yingying remained, as she didn't come from the upper heavens like the other two. "Where did they go?" Chu Liusheng asked in a baffled voice, as this was her first time witnessing such a thing. "They're resting inside my body right now," Yuan said. "What? How does that even work?" "Can I enter your body too?" she then asked. "They can do that because they are my servants." Yuan smiled. "Anyways, let's go speak with that old man." The old man sitting behind the desk looked at them and said, "Are you going to challenge the stairway to heaven?" "I am." Yuan nodded. "First time?" "Yes. Take this medallion and enter the door whenever you're ready. However, you should be aware that not everyone can climb the first 9 steps on the staircase," the old man said. "What do you mean? Every step on the staircase before the door will emit a certain amount of pressure. If you cannot withstand the pressure, you'll be kicked off the staircase before you can even challenge it." "I understand." Yuan then pointed at Mixu and the others standing behind him. "They are with me. Do they also need a medallion?" The old man raised his eyebrows and said, "Only one person can challenge the stairway to heaven at a time." "There is no teaming up, I know. I am helping them ascend. You are what?" the old man exclaimed in a shocked voice. He turned to look at the beautiful ladies standing behind Yuan, Meixu, Chu Liuxiang, Lan Yingying, and Min Li, 4 people in total. Helping a single person will increase the difficulty of his trials, yet he intends on helping 4 people ascend. The old man has never encountered such a bold and arrogant person before. "Are you sure about this, young man? Even if they are your partners and you love them greatly, bringing a single person with you will increase the difficulty of the trials as well as your burden significantly. In the last 1,000 years, not a single person has managed to ascend while bringing someone else along, and you're doing 4 at once." Yuan smiled and said, "I am well aware of the risks and increased difficulty. However, even then, I still wish to try." The old man sighed after a moment of silence. He then retrieved 4 more medallions, but they were in a different color. "Give these to those that you wish to help ascend," said the old man as he handed them to Yuan. Even if he wished to decline, he did not have the authority to refuse anyone challenging the stairway to heaven. The only thing he can do is try to persuade Yuan to not make any foolish decisions, which failed spectacularly. After accepting the medallions, Yuan handed them to Meixu and the others. "You can start climbing the staircase whenever you're ready," the old man said to Yuan a moment later. In his mind, he was already expecting Yuan to fail the challenge. He'll regret this decision once he realizes how much wasting 4 years could hurt one's cultivation career. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret. The old man sighed inwardly. Yuan approached the staircase with Meixu and the others, and the spectators there watched with interest. "Another challenger, huh? How long do you think he'll last inside?" "Probably an hour at most." Meanwhile, Yuan and the others looked at the staircase with their heads tilted up. A single step of the staircase was so large that it was as tall as a 3-story building, and there were 9 steps in total. "Do you need some help getting up there?" Yuan looked at Chu Liuxiang, who was only a spirit apprentice. "I do." She nodded. "Okay, I will carry you." He turned to look at Meixu next. "What about you? I also need help." "Fortunately, I have 2 arms." Yuan chuckled. "Yingjing, can you help Min Li?" he asked her. "It's okay, I can reach it myself," Min Li quickly said. "Then let's go up." Yuan proceeded to hug Meixu and Chu Liusheng's waist in each of his arms before flying onto the first step. Lan Yingying also flew. As for Min Li, she was able to jump the height with relative ease. However, the moment Yuan entered the first step that was a few hundred meters away from the second step, he could feel an intense pressure suddenly appear, making it more difficult for him to move forward. Although he was able to endure the pressure without any issues, he was worried about the others. "Are you guys okay?" "Huh? I don't feel anything," Chuliuxiang said. "Eh? Really? You don't feel the pressure?" Yuan looked at them with wide eyes. They shook their heads. "So I'm the only one feeling this pressure," he mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. Feng Yuxiang's voice then resounded. "Young master, don't forget, you're essentially climbing the stairway to heaven for them, so you will be bearing everything while they don't experience anything. That makes sense?" Yuan nodded. "Yuan, I will help them climb the staircase. You need to focus on yourself." Lan Yingying said to him, "Okay, thank you." After putting down Mixio and Chuliuxiang, Yuan proceeded to make his way towards the second step that was about 200 meters away. Chapter 663, Entering the Stairway to Heaven. Look at that. There's more than one person climbing the stairway right now. What? Is that even possible? I thought only one person could go at a time. It's only allowed because one of them is assisting them through the stairway to heaven. Most likely that young man in the front. Wait, that's actually a thing? Since when? I have spectated this place for many years, but I have never seen such a thing before. That's because nobody does it. One can help 9 other individuals climb the stairway to heaven, but the person doing the climbing will have the burden of the other 9, increasing the difficulty of their climb significantly. Heavens! Climbing alone is already hard enough, yet that person is willing to take 4 other people with him. I don't blame him. Look at the people he's helping. All of them are breathtaking beauties that can topple kingdoms with a mere smile. I wouldn't leave them behind either. If you had to choose between those beauties or ascending, and you can only pick one, which would you pick? The beauties, of course. I'd be willing to stay down here forever just for one of them, much less 4. While the spectators focused on Mixu and the others, Yuan reached the second step with barely any effort made. However, the moment he stepped onto the second step, he felt the pressure bearing down his body suddenly double in strength. Even though it still wasn't enough to make him sweat, he was worried about the later steps. About a minute later, he reached the third step, and once again the pressure on him doubled in strength. "It's still endurable," Yuan mumbled to himself as he quickly made his way towards the fourth step. However, the moment he stepped on the fourth step, Yuan felt the pressure on him triple in strength. Whoosh! Yuan lost control over his chi manipulation for a moment and nearly lost his ability to fly. "Are you okay, Yuan?" Lan Yingying asked him. "Yes, I am fine. I was just a little surprised by how much the pressure increased." He nodded. A few more moments later, Yuan arrived at the fifth step. Once again, the pressure tripled in strength. The pressure on the fifth step was so intense that even ordinary spirit grandmasters would have trouble walking, yet Yuan still somehow manages to remain in the air even with all this pressure bearing down on him. Unfortunately, after reaching the 7th floor, the intensity of the pressure had gotten so powerful that even Yuan was forced to walk the staircase with his legs. Once he'd reached the end of the 7th step, he used some of his spiritual energy to boost his legs, allowing him to jump onto the 8th floor. The pressure's strength on the 8th floor increased by another 3-fold. Yuan could feel his legs shaking slightly from the pressure that made it felt like he was carrying a large block of metal on his back. However, even with such pressure, it had only managed to make Yuan break a couple droplets of sweat. A few minutes later, Yuan conquered the 8th step and stepped foot on the 9th and final step, where the golden door was located at the end. "You got this, Yuan." Min Li cheered him from only a few steps behind him, feeling a little guilty for making Yuan take her burden. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Once his eyes opened again, he began running for the golden door, shockling the spectators. He still has this much strength left? Is it that surprising? The real trials are behind that golden door. These 9 steps cannot even be considered the real stairway to heaven. Even though the staircase isn't the real challenge, you cannot underestimate it, as it still eliminates about 90% of challengers that wish to enter the stairway to heaven. A few moments later, Yuan arrived before the golden door, and he could feel the pressure on his body suddenly disappear like smoke. Phew, that was a little challenging. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and took a moment to breathe. Young master, the real challenges are behind the door. Feng Yusheng's voice resounded in his mind. I know, he sighed. Is everyone here? Yuan turned around to see Makeshu and the others standing right behind him. Seeing them nod, Yuan returned to looking at the massive golden doors that didn't seem like it would budge even if he used all of his strength. How do I open this door? Yuan asked. There should be a slot for the medallion, Xiaohua said. Yuan looked around, and sure enough there was a hole in the middle of the door that seemed to fit his medallion perfectly. Furthermore, there were 9 other holes that circled around it. These are probably for your medallions. Yuan looked at Meishu and the others after inserting his medallion into the hole. Once everyone there had inserted their medallion into a slot, the golden doors suddenly began to open. Although it didn't move by much, it had more than enough room for a single person to enter. However, it was pitch black inside the doors. Let's go to Spirit Heaven. Yuan was the first to move, entering the golden doors a moment later. Lan Yingying immediately followed behind Yuan and became the second person to enter the stairway to heaven, followed by Min Li, Chu Luxiang, and last but not least, Meixiu. Once everyone was inside, the golden doors closed behind them. After entering the stairway to heaven, Yuan looked around with his divine sense, since he couldn't see anything in the dark with his eyes. But that also turned out to be useless. I cannot see anything. What about you guys? Yuan asked the others behind him. However, nobody responded to him. Meixiu? Lulu? Yingying? Hello. Yuan turned around, but there was nobody there. Guys? Feng Feng? Xiaohua? He tried calling them again, since he was certain that they'd entered the stairway to heaven with him, but there was still no response, almost as though they'd disappeared, and he was completely alone. It was at this moment a voice suddenly resounded in this void. Master? It was a clear and childish voice that he'd never heard before. Yet it sounded oddly nostalgic for some reason. Who's there? He called back. Master, is that really you? The voice responded, and Yuan could see a faint light suddenly appear in the distance. Chapter 664, Master of the Stairway to Heaven. Yuan swallowed nervously as he watched the faint light gradually approach his direction. Master? Is it really you? The childish voice continued to resound in the darkness. I think you're mistaking me for someone else. This is my first time in this place, Yuan said. No. Once the light was right in front of him, it started transforming until it took the shape of a human with a childlike figure. A few moments later, a cute little girl with long, glistening black hair that dragged on the floor stood before him. She stared at him intensely with her sharp golden eyes and continued to speak. While you have a different appearance, your soul is the same. You are definitely my master. I will never mistake my master for someone else. You don't remember me, master? She asked him after a moment of silence. Yuan narrowed his eyes at this little girl and sighed inwardly. She's definitely talking about one of my past lives, right? After another moment of silence, Yuan asked, Who or what are you? Tian'er is the guardian of Stairway to Heaven? Guardian, like its master? No, Tian'er is merely a guardian. I protect this place and uphold its integrity. Master? You are the real master of the Stairway to Heaven. You really don't remember? What I am the master of this place? Yuan was left baffled by this information. Just what kind of person was he in his past life? How did he become the master of the Stairway to Heaven that connects the 9 heavens? All right, before we continue this conversation, where did my friends go? They entered this place with me. Yuan asked about Meishu and the others. They were transported to another place as spectators because they are not participating in the ascension. They will be able to watch you clear the trials once it begins, she said. I see, that's relieving to hear. Yuan released a sigh of relief after learning that they were safe and sound. Okay, let's get back to our conversation. Can they also hear me right now? He suddenly asked. No, they cannot hear us right now. Yuan nodded and continued. Can you tell me the name of your master? Tianyang? She quickly responded. I knew it. Yuan sighed again. Tianyang was the name of the handsome man in his dream, the first one he ever met. You probably won't believe me when I say this, but I'm actually a reincarnation of Tianyang, hence why I have the same soul as him." Tianer didn't react to his words and spoke in a calm voice. "I believe the Master. Wait, since you knew my past self, can you tell me about him? I am missing a lot of my memories because of my reincarnation, so it'll be great if you can refresh some of my memories." Tianer shook her head and said, "I don't know much about Master, perhaps even less than you, since the Master never spoke of his life outside this world. If that's the case, can you tell me what you know? Anything will do, even your relationship with him." Tianer nodded. "The Master created me after becoming the Master of the Stairway to Heaven, and I have been tasked with guarding this place ever since then. He also gave me the name Tian-Er, his surname, as a way to symbolize his creation." "What do you mean you were created?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. However, she merely tilted her head in a puzzled manner, seemingly unable to explain it. "How were you created?" Yuan changed his wording. "The Master snapped his fingers and created me," she replied. So you're not really human nor living." "I see. That's very interesting." Yuan suddenly realized something. "Wait a second. If I am the Master of the Stairway to Heaven, does this mean I don't need to take the trial to ascend?" Tianer nodded. "That is correct. As the Master of the Stairway to Heaven, you can use the treasure as you will." "That's great." However, Tianer continued, "But Master Tianyang also said that I cannot allow anyone to ascend if they have never completed the trial before, even if it's the Master himself." Yuan raised his eyebrows. Why would his past self make this rule that also affects himself? Did his past self predict that he would reincarnation and challenge the Stairway to Heaven in the future? "It's unfortunate, but I'm also relieved that I cannot just skip the trials. I have been anticipating doing them for a while now, and skipping them would ruin my fun." Yuan smiled. "Anyways, what else can I do in this place as its master? Can I adjust the difficulty of my trials? What about the rules? Can I change that as well?" "You can do all of that, but you can only do it when you're not actively challenging the Stairway to Heaven." "I understand. Anyways, I have been standing around for long enough. Let's get the trials started." "We can talk more later," Yuan said a moment later. Tianer nodded before disappearing into the void. A few moments later, Yuan could see a staircase slowly being revealed before him. The staircase was semi-transparent and was glistening like the sea when being struck by sunlight, and unlike the one outside, the staircase was definitely made for humans. Yuan began climbing this staircase without hesitation, and with every step he took, another step would appear at the end of the staircase. It was unknown how long he walked this staircase for, but he gave up counting after walking 500 steps. The staircase eventually stopped extending diagonally and began extending horizontally, creating a smooth path for him to walk on. After walking for a minute, Yuan could see a massive arena in the distance, and the path would lead him to this arena. Once he stepped foot on this arena, the staircase behind him disappeared, and a semi-transparent wall would cover the whole arena like a closed stadium. Tianer's voice resounded a moment later. "Welcome to the first trial in the Stairway to Heaven, Master. Chapter 605. Stairway to Heaven's First Trial." After entering the Stairway to Heaven, Meixiu and the others found themselves transported to this empty room that somehow had a small pond resting in the center. "Where are we?" "Where's Yuan?" Chu Liusheng asked in a slightly panicked manner. "Calm down. We're currently in the spectators' area," Feng Yusheng said. "Since we're not participating in the trial, we were transported somewhere where we cannot disturb the young master." "I see." Meixiu and Min Li looked around with a bewildered face, as they had never seen such scenery before. Although they were inside a room, the walls were almost transparent, and the background was a starry sky with tiny lights flickering in the distance. The floor seemed to be made of a smooth material, almost like jade, and there was a pond in the middle of the room. Xiaohua didn't say anything and approached the pond in the center of the room before sitting beside it and staring at it. Feng Yusheng also did the same thing. "Come, we'll be able to see the young master here." Everyone there sat around this pond a moment later, silently staring at the clear liquid. A few minutes later, they could see an image appearing on the surface of the water. "Look, it's Yuan," Chu Liuxiang exclaimed when she realized it was Yuan and he just entered this arena. "Looks like he's about to start his first trial." Feng Yuxiang smiled. Meanwhile, somewhere in the stairway to heaven, Yuan was waiting for his first trial to begin. After waiting around for a few moments, he noticed the scenery changing from the void to a bustling city where people could be seen walking around. The scenery looked so realistic to Yuan that he thought he'd been transported to a real city. For the first trial, you must find the city lord and kill him within 12 hours, or you will fail the trial. Tianer's voice resounded loudly in Yuan's ears, but the people there didn't react to her voice. "Wait, you want me to kill someone?" Yuan frowned at this trial. "Don't worry, everyone and everything in this world is created purely from spiritual energy, just like Tianer, so they're not real." Yuan felt more relieved after hearing that. "What about the rules? Are there any rules?" he then asked. "There are no rules in this trial. You may accomplish your mission through any means. I understand, then. The trial shall begin, Ding. You have started your first trial in the stairway to heaven. You have 12 hours to finish the trial. Finish the trial in less than 6 hours to receive a reward." "Huh? I can obtain rewards in the stairway to heaven." Yuan wasn't expecting to earn anything since he was doing it to ascend to the next realm, not earn treasures. However, he didn't complain about it and began his journey. The first and most logical thing he did was to ask around for information. "Excuse me, I am new here, and I have some business with the lord of this city. Can you tell me where I can find him?" Yuan asked an old lady who was the closest to him. The old lady stared at him for a moment before pointing in a certain direction. Yuan turned to look at where the old lady was pointing, and to his surprise, there was a majestic pagoda in that direction. The pagoda was so tall that it pierced the clouds. It was unlike anything Yuan has seen before. "Thank you." Yuan immediately made his way towards the pagoda. However, not even a few minutes later, a sudden commotion occurred in the street, and it forced him to stop his movements. "You bastard! How dare you sleep with my wife? I'm going to fucking kill you!" A strange man that he'd never seen before suddenly appeared in front of him and began threatening to kill him. "What gibberish are you talking about?" "I didn't," Yuan frowned. However, the strange man didn't care about what Yuan had to say and drew his weapon. "Die for me." The strange man released his cultivation base and began running at Yuan. "A peak spirit Grand Master." Yuan immediately withdrew the Empyrean Overlord to defend against this strange man. Bang, Yuan could feel himself getting pushed back a few steps from the confrontation. "Wait a moment. There must have been a misunderstanding. I didn't sleep with your wife." Yuan tried to calm the man down, but alas, his attempt only seemed to have intensified the man's anger. "Fuck you. I was there when it happened and saw you lying naked in bed with my wife. Die." The strange man continued his assault on Yuan. This must be part of the trial, I thought. I only had to fight the city lord. I underestimated the trial. Yuan eventually realized the situation and began fighting the man for real. After exchanging a few blows, Yuan withdrew the starry abyss in its invisible form and used it to finish off the unsuspecting man. The strange man collapsed after a hole appeared in his head, and the pedestrians there began freaking out as though they were real people. Yuan ignored them and continued making his way towards the pagoda. After Yuan left the scene, the strange man's corpse scattered into countless glowing fragments before disappearing like smoke. A few minutes later, even more people showed up to block his path. "Halt, you murderer!" 2 people wearing guard uniforms showed up. Yuan didn't even bother to stop this time and just used the starry abyss to kill them before they realized what was happening. This continued for an entire hour until Yuan finally reached the pagoda, and by then he'd killed over 50 people at the peak spirit Grandmaster realm. Yuan stood before the pagoda's golden doors, but he didn't immediately go inside. Instead, he sat down to recover his spiritual energy. "It's already this bothersome when it's only the first trial. I cannot imagine what the stairway to heaven has in store for me later." He sighed inwardly. Chapter 6666, Vanishing Ghost's Soundless Blade. After spending an hour recovering his spiritual energy, Yuan was prepared to enter the pagoda that had over 100 floors. Will I be able to reach the peak and defeat the city lord in less than 3 hours? He wondered to himself as he opened the door and entered the pagoda. Inside of the pagoda wasn't as big as Yuan expected, but there was more than enough space for 2 cultivators to fight without restrictions. Yuan looked around the first floor that appeared to be a dojo, and it reminded him of another place he'd challenged before, the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower within the Dragon Essence Temple. However, instead of fighting magical beasts, humans were his opponents this time. "Who are you, and what are you doing in my lord's pagoda?" A figure suddenly appeared before Yuan without him noticing until this person spoke. Yuan looked at the middle-aged man and said, "I am here to speak with your lord. Do you have an appointment?" The middle-aged man asked, "I do not." "Then you may scram out of here." "Unfortunately, that's not possible either. Is that so?" The middle-aged man retrieved his weapon that was a spear the next moment and pointed it at Yuan. "Then you can stay here forever." Yuan didn't say anything and retrieved the Empyrean Overlord Scram. The middle-aged man rushed at Yuan, releasing his first-level Spirit Lord cultivation base. Yuan decided to pretend to struggle against him until the time was right. A dozen exchanges later, Yuan retrieved the Starry Abyss and aimed it directly at the middle-aged man's head before sending it flying towards it. However, the middle-aged man tilted his head when the dagger was an inch away from his face, narrowly dodging the sneak attack. "What?" Yuan was shocked when the middle-aged man dodged his Starry Abyss. This is his first time missing his target, and he even doubted whether the Starry Abyss was actually invisible or not. Using such cowardly tactics, your invisible attack might work on weaker opponents, but it's useless before me." Yuan frowned when he realized it wasn't by chance that the middle-aged man had dodged his invisible dagger. Does he have a technique that allows him to detect invisible objects? He wondered inwardly. However, even if his opponent can detect the Starry Abyss, he could still use it as a distraction. Enough standing around. Let's finish this. The middle-aged man continued to attack Yuan the next moment. Heavenly Domain. Yuan decided to use Heavenly Domain to restrict his movements. What the heck is this? Although the man was surprised, it was not enough to completely seal his movements, but that was to be expected, as he was a genuine Spirit Lord. When the man was taken by surprise, Yuan used this chance to go for the killing blow. Bloody, however. Yuan stopped his technique midway when he realized something. Even though this technique has served me well, and it is also one of the first techniques that I've learned in this world, I should stop using this technique that belongs to the Blood Sect. There were many reasons as to why Yuan no longer wanted to use the Bloody Sword Strike any longer, but the most obvious reason was its affiliation with the Blood Sect, and he didn't want to be mistaken as someone from the Blood Sect like previously. Unfortunately, besides the Bloody Sword Strike, he didn't really have any other techniques that weren't over the top, like the Heaven-Splitting Sword Strike and the Relentless Dragon overwhelms the 9 heavens. As for the Demon-Sealing Strike, it most likely wouldn't work on humans. Although I have never used that technique before, I have seen it used many times in my dreams. Let's see if I can pull it off. After exchanging a few more strikes with the man, Yuan distanced himself until he was all the way at the doors. "Now you feel like leaving too bad? You lost that chance when you withdrew your sword?" The man sneered in disdain when he saw Yuan running away. Yuan ignored the man's provoking words and focused on the technique inside his head. Once he was confident that he could execute it, he took a deep breath and changed the way he held the sword. The man raised his eyebrows at Yuan's weird stance that made it look like he was about to sprint with the sword by his waist. "I don't know what you're thinking, but if you think you can defeat me while being a whole realm below me, you're too arrogant. Allow me to show you the difference between heaven and earth." However, right as the man finished his sentence, he suddenly felt a cold chill going down his spine. The man was in disbelief. "This feeling is fear? Impossible! Why would I fear a mere spirit Grand Master?" he cried inwardly. It was at this moment Yuan finished his preparations and launched his attack. Vanishing Ghost's soundless blade. The Empyrean overlord in Yuan's hand disappeared for a split second in the man's eyes, even though he had been staring at it this entire time without blinking. There was no movement, no sound, nothing. "Ha! What the heck? How dare you try to scare?" The man suddenly stopped speaking when he felt something off about his neck, but before he could figure out what was wrong with it, the light in his eyes darkened, and his body collapsed the next second. The second his body hit the floor, his head that had been cleanly severed began rolling like a bowling ball. Yuan released a sigh of relief after seeing that he'd successfully managed to execute the technique properly. Ding. "You have learned Vanishing Ghost's Soundless Blade." Vanishing Ghost's Soundless Blade, rank, Ancient Mastery Level 1 description. An extremely fast and deadly technique that can kill 1,000 people without making the slightest sound. Created by the famous cultivator known as Vanishing Ghost, who was once regarded as the 9 Heavens' deadliest assassin. Chapter 667, Fighting the City Lord. After killing the man, Yuan proceeded to the next floor. His sword technique is really powerful, and it doesn't consume as much spiritual energy as the heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan thought to himself as he climbed the staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, Yuan encountered another man with the cultivation of a spirit lord. "Who are you?" "What happened to the guard downstairs?" the man asked him with an unfriendly look. Yuan didn't bother responding to the man and withdrew his sword, as he was already expecting to fight anyone that gets in his way. A mere spirit grandmaster." The man didn't say anything else and withdrew his weapon. Their weapons collided a moment later. Yuan decided to try using the Starry Abyss again just to make sure it still works. However, just like the man downstairs, this one could also somehow track his invisible flying dagger. Just how are they tracking my Starry Abyss? It's invisible, and its presence should be concealed. How else can they track it? A few minutes later, Yuan managed to defeat the man without using the Soundless Blade technique, and for the next hour he would repeat the same thing. However, his streak was stopped by an unexpected situation. When he arrived on the 9th floor, the guard there didn't attack him. "The Lord wishes to meet you. You may go up." Yuan was skeptical at first, thinking that it was a trap, but the guard really allowed him to go upstairs without causing any trouble. Now, without anyone blocking his path, Yuan managed to climb to the highest floor in less than 10 minutes. Upon reaching the top floor, Yuan could see a figure sitting in the back of the room, and this person was wearing a black mask. "Are you the City Lord?" Yuan asked him for confirmation. "Indeed." He nodded, and he continued, "Now that I have answered your question, allow me to ask you one of mine. Who are you, and why are you killing my people who have done no wrong?" Yuan's body trembled slightly after hearing such words. "Calm down, they are not real people. This is simply a trial by the stairway to heaven." He quickly calmed himself down. "Because I have no other choice," he responded a moment later. "That's nonsense, and you know it," the City Lord shouted in an angry voice. "Enough talking, and let's get this over with." Yuan pointed the Empyrean overlord at him. "Very well. If you wish to die, allow me to end your miserable life for you." The City Lord released his cultivation base, which shocked Yuan. "This feeling is he's a spirit king," he cried inwardly, after recognizing this overbearing aura. "Does the stairway to heaven really intend on making him fight someone 2 whole realms above him? Why is it this difficult to ascend to the next realm? Even if he's helping 4 other people, it shouldn't be this hard." "Are you scared?" the City Lord suddenly said as he approached Yuan. "I can sense your fear crawling all over my skin." Yuan tightened his grasp on his sword and patiently waited for the City Lord to attack him first. "Why are you just standing there? Come and attack me like you did to those guards you killed not long ago." Although Yuan couldn't see the City Lord's face, he had a good feeling that there was a grin behind that mask at this moment. "If you're not going to attack me first, I won't be humble." The City Lord used a movement skill to instantly close their distance. Yuan quickly reacted by lifting his sword in front of his face. Clang, bang. Although he'd blocked the attack, his body was still sent, flying by the overwhelming power from the strike. After hitting the wall with his back, Yuan tried to rebalance himself, But before he could even stand still, the city lord had arrived in front of him again. The city lord then gave Yuan a good kick in his side, sending him flying for a second time in just a few seconds. "What's the matter?" "You're a lot weaker than I'd anticipated. If I didn't let you through, you would have probably fallen to one of my guards sooner or later, and you would have never made it up here." This time, the city lord allowed Yuan to get back onto his feet. Ding! The city lord suddenly lifted his sword and placed it right behind his head, and the sound of metal colliding resounded half a second later. "An invisible dagger? You really think such pathetic tricks would work on cultivators at my level? Although it's invisible and it hides its presence pretty decently, those at Spirit Lord and above can easily see it with their enhanced divine sense. You're wasting your time using this kind of tactic on us. So that's why everyone I have fought in this pagoda could track my invisible flying dagger perfectly. Their divine sense is powerful enough to bypass the starry abyss's ability." Yuan sighed inwardly. After taking a deep breath, Yuan spoke with a frown on his face. "Can you shut up for a minute? The way you talk reminds me of a certain someone, and it's ruining the mood for me." "Oh, now that's interesting. Who do I remind you of?" The city lord became interested for some reason. "That's none of your business." "Maybe it is. You never know." The city lord then moved his hand to remove the mask covering his face, revealing to Yuan a very familiar face. "You are—" Yuan was shocked when he saw the city lord's face that looked exactly like the handsome man in his dream. The only reason he didn't realize it until now was simply because the city lord had changed his voice to something unrecognizable. "Since you're here, it must mean that another reincarnation has occurred. How many times have you reincarnated by now? Have you achieved the goal yet?" the handsome man asked him with a profound smile. Chapter 668. Frustration. After snapping out of his daze from the handsome man's question, Yuan laughed a little before speaking. "What a coincidence. I also have a similar question. What the heck is up with all of this reincarnation stuff? Tell me everything you know about it. How else am I supposed to achieve this goal you speak of when I don't even remember it?" The handsome man silently stared at Yuan for a good moment. "I see, so you don't remember anything yet. That's fine. It's not the first time that you have forgotten about your past, but you will eventually remember everything. However, don't expect me to spoon-feed you everything just because we belong to the same soul. If you want to remember your memories, you will have to defeat me. Why else would I force myself to do the trials in this place?" "Good. I have always wanted to give you a good beating, but never got the chance, since you're always much stronger than me in my dreams," Yuan said. The two of them continued fighting again shortly after. Meanwhile, in the spectators' room. "What happened? Why did it stop working?" Chu Liuxiang exclaimed when the water suddenly stopped, reflecting Yuan and the city lord right when the city lord was about to remove his mask. Unfortunately, nobody there could answer her question. "I don't know what happened, but we can only wait until it returns," Fang Yuxiang said. Back in the pagoda, Yuan and the handsome man fought each other so viciously that they'd collapsed some of the floors there. You're still lacking when I was at your level. Spirit Kings were no match for me, however. That shouldn't be possible. You should be far stronger than me since you're reincarnated," the handsome man spoke as he fought. After pondering for a moment, he continued, "Perhaps you didn't fully awaken your bloodline, or maybe you don't know how to use it." "You don't know anything, do you?" Yuan frowned when he heard this, and he said, "Why would I know? I don't know about the reincarnation. I don't know about my past. I don't even know my purpose. And you expect me to know about my bloodline?" "You're right. I don't know anything." Yuan felt frustrated that he knew nothing about himself, even though there's clearly a lot he should be aware about. The handsome man smiled when he noticed Yuan's attack getting fiercer and more powerful due to his frustration. Sometimes it's better to not know anything, because once you learn everything, you will not be the same person. "I will decide what kind of person I will become, no matter what happened in the past," Yuan shouted. "You're not the first one to say such words, and these people all ended up changing after they recalled their past and purpose," the handsome man chuckled. You are confused because you don't know anything, however. Once you remember everything, you will understand. You don't know that. Clang. Yuan swung the Empyrean Overlord with all of his strength. However, the handsome man blocked it with ease. I do, because we are the same person, he smiled. You see, we're not like the others. When others go through the cycle of reincarnation, they will lose their memories and live a new life with a new identity. They will become someone unrecognizable and walk a unique path that's different from their past self. However, we're not like that. Although we sometimes lose our memories and take on a new identity, we will eventually return to our original identity and walk the same path we once walked. This is our destiny, our heavenly fate that you started. Heavenly domain. Yuan suddenly released the heavenly domain, slowing down the handsome man's movements. He then activated Dragon's Gaze, freezing his movement for a brief moment. Heaven's splitting sword strike. Yuan used this brief moment to gather as much spiritual energy as he could before releasing it, and thanks to his Empyrean Overlord that recently upgraded its unique ability, the heaven-splitting sword strike was more powerful than ever. Boom! The golden light enveloped the handsome man's figure before blowing a massive hole in the pagoda. However, once the golden light disappeared, the handsome man was still standing in the same spot, and he didn't even have a single scratch on his body.
Impossible.
Yuan was left speechless by the results. The handsome man had eaten his heaven-splitting sword, strike head-on, and managed to remain unscathed. How is he supposed to defeat such a monster?
Ha ha ha.
The handsome man suddenly burst out laughing. You should see the expression on your face right now. You look like someone who just saw a ghost. After laughing for a bit, the handsome man looked at Yuan with a calm smile on his face and said, "Don't worry, you have already passed this trial."
What?
Yuan's eyes widened at his words. Although I may look unharmed, I had actually died in that attack just now. I merely reconstructed myself. After all, I am made out of spiritual energy. And sure enough, a notification that announced the end of his trial appeared the next moment. You have killed the city lord and successfully cleared the first trial. You have cleared the trial in less than 6 hours. Here's your reward. The handsome man suddenly extended his hand that was holding a glowing orb of light. What's that? You were just asking for it not long ago. You don't mean. That's right. It's your memories, your answer. However, it's only a small fragment of it. If you want the rest, you'll have to continue challenging the stairway to heaven. Yuan sighed. Why are you making things difficult for me, for yourself? The handsome man smiled and said, This is for your own good, and it's not just you. Everyone that came here before you had to go through the same thing. Yuan silently stared at the orb floating above the handsome man's hand. Here, take it. The handsome man suddenly flicked his finger, sending the orb of light straight into Yuan's forehead, and Yuan's vision blackened the next moment. Chapter 669. Tian Yang's Memories. Ugh, where am I? Yuan slowly opened his eyes to the sound of water splashing beside him. He looked around once his eyes adjusted to the bright sunlight, and to his surprise there was a large river beside him. How did I get here? I was just at the pagoda. Yuan stood up a moment later, but he immediately noticed something different about his body. My cultivation base is gone, he exclaimed in a shocked voice. Suddenly another voice resounded, responding to his words. Are you still dreaming, Tian Yang? You're not even a cultivator yet. How can you possibly have a cultivation base? Eh? Yuan turned to the sound of the voice to see a pretty young girl sitting underneath a tree with a scroll in her hands. Meng Lily? Yuan subconsciously muttered her name, even though he had never met her before. Wait, did she just call me Tian Yang? So I'm seeing his memories right now? Now that he had an idea of his situation, Yuan decided to play along. However, it was not as though he could actually control his body freely. Yuan suddenly began walking towards this young lady named Meng Lily. How are you feeling, Meng Lily? Are you excited about tomorrow? Nervous, Yuan asked her. Neither. I'm actually feeling afraid, she responded. Why would you feel afraid? We're going to become disciples of a cultivation sect. You should be excited. Tian Yang. The cultivation world isn't all fun and games. It's a vicious path that could easily lead to your death, even when you're not at fault, and it's a world that we'll be stepping into soon. If you're afraid, then why did you agree to join the sect? You could have stayed here in the village with the others. Although I am afraid of the cultivation world, there is something I am even more afraid of. The feeling of being powerless, she responded with a solemn look on her face. Yuan didn't say anything else for the next few moments. Enough about me? What about you? You've always wanted to be a cultivator, right? Meng Lili suddenly asked him. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face as he spoke. No, not always. I never even thought about becoming a cultivator until my mother and sister died at the hands of one. Oh, I'm sorry for bringing it up, Meng Lili said in a dispirited voice. There's no need for you to apologize. It's the person who killed them that should apologize. Once I become a cultivator, I will find this bastard and kill him myself if he's still alive by then. Cultivators are not allowed to kill mortals, so that person must have already been executed by now. Meng Lili said, If that's the case, he's really fortunate. Yuan sneered. Anyways, I'm going back to the village. I'll see you tomorrow when the senior picks us up. After leaving the scene, Yuan walked about a mile until he arrived in this small village that had a population of a few thousand residents. I'm home, Yuan said out loud after returning to his residence, but there was no response. He then walked to the living room where a home altar for his family was built in the corner of the room. He kneeled in front of it and stared at the altar for many minutes before speaking in a solemn voice. I will be leaving this place tomorrow to start my journey as a cultivator. I know the world of cultivation is a dangerous one with countless victims. However, I rather risk my life to have a chance of becoming someone powerful than doing nothing and becoming a victim to the powerful. Meng Lili said something that really resonated with me today, and I completely agree with her. She said that she fears being powerless more than she fears death. However, while I do fear being powerless, I don't fear death. If I die, I will just reunite with the rest of you, so I look forward to that. If I don't die and become powerful enough, I'm not sure what I want to do at that time yet, but I hope to find the answer soon. Once he finished praying, Yuan went to tend the chickens he raised in his backyard. After today, you'll be Uncle Lee's chickens. It's unfortunate that I have to give you away before I can eat you. But alas, cultivation is more important, and the sect does not allow animals. After feeding the chickens, Yuan went inside his room and proceeded to spend the rest of the day meditating. The following morning, Yuan left his house and went to the entrance of the village, where a group of people around his age were gathered. Did you sleep well? Meng Lili approached him shortly after he arrived. I spent the whole night meditating, he said. What's the point of that when you're not even a cultivator? To prepare myself for the real thing, of course. Whatever. About an hour later, an old man with an unfathomable aura descended from the sky and landed in front of the group. He withdrew his flying treasure that took the shape of a massive leaf and said, This is your last chance to turn back. Once you step on this flying treasure, you will either spend the rest of your life as a cultivator or die as a mortal in the sect. I will give you all 30 seconds to decide. 30 seconds later, everyone was standing on the flying treasure. Good. The old man flew away with the flying treasure a moment later. It was also at this moment that Yuan returned to the pagoda, and the first thing he noticed was the handsome man standing in front of him with a profound smile. What do you think? The handsome man asked him. Yuan frowned and said, That's it. I didn't even learn anything about my reincarnation or bloodline. The handsome man chuckled and said, Like I'd said, you'll only get a fragment of your memories. And don't worry, I gave you a lot more memories than what you just saw, but it'll take time for them to surface. Give it a few days. In the meantime, you can continue climbing the stairway to heaven to regain even more of your memories. You still have a few more trials ahead of you after all. Chapter 670, Stairway to Heaven's Second Trial, Don't Screw With Me. You're just wasting time. Why can't you tell me what really matters? I don't care about the other memories." Yuan frowned at the handsome man's words. "Now that wouldn't be fun at all, would it? Furthermore, who tells a story that starts from the middle, the most exciting part? That makes no sense, and will only take away the excitement." The handsome man casually shrugged. "Anyways, I won't keep you here any longer. Have fun with the rest of the trial." The handsome man disappeared the next moment, and the scenery began to disappear shortly after. In just a few breaths of time, Yuan returned back to the arena with a starry background. "Congratulations on passing your first trial, Master." Tianer's voice resounded. Yuan looked up into the darkness and asked, "How many more trials do I need to complete before I arrive at the next realm?" After a moment of silence, Tianer said, "I cannot answer that question, Master, as it's different for everyone. Some require 4 trials, while some only require 1 trial to ascend." "What? How is that even fair? And how are the trials decided?" "They are decided by the participant's talent, destiny, and if they are helping others ascend, the more talented you are, the more difficult the trials will become." "Destiny? You're telling me that the stairway to heaven can tell someone's destiny?" "That is correct." "Then can you tell me my destiny?" "That is not how this works, Master." "Whatever. Let me continue my trial, then. You are allowed an hour to recover your spiritual energy after every trial, if you wish to advance without resting. Just say so." Yuan nodded and said, "I will need every ounce of spiritual energy I can get." He sat down the next moment and began recovering his spiritual energy. "Wow, I should have noticed this sooner. The spiritual energy in this place is so pure. I can feel my cultivation base soaring towards the next level as it recovers." Yuan was shocked when he absorbed the spiritual energy in the stairway to heaven. And sure enough, right before his 1 hour was up, he'd managed to break through to the next level, reaching the 5th level of Spirit Grand Master. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Master," Tianer said to him. "Thank you. I'm ready for the next trial." Yuan then said, "Please climb that staircase for your next trial." Yuan looked around until he saw the staircase Tianer was talking about, and he began climbing it shortly after. Meanwhile, in the spectators' room, "It's back," Min Li exclaimed in an excited voice when the pawn started working again. What happened? Why did he return to that place? What happened to the trial? Did he pass or fail? Chu Liu Shang asked. Seeing that he's climbing the staircase, he most likely passed the first trial and is heading to his second one. Feng Yuxiang said sometime later, Yuan arrived at the second arena. "The second trial will now begin." Tianer's calm voice resounded. The scenery changed a few moments later. Yuan looked around to find himself at some kind of dock with many large wooden ships stationed there. "What's my trial this time?" Yuan asked. "For the second trial, you must escort the Huang family 100,000 miles until they reach the Giant's continent. Your trial will fail if anyone from the Huang family dies." 100,000 miles! How long will that take? Yuan exclaimed out loud when he heard the distance he had to travel. "The ships are quite fast, so it shouldn't take too long," Tiana responded. "Even if they move 1,000 miles an hour, it would still take 100 hours to complete the trial." Yuan sighed out loud. "I have no control over what trial the master undergoes," she calmly responded. Ding. "You have started your second trial in the stairway to heaven. You must escort the Huang family 100,000 miles until they reach the Giant's continent with all of them alive to finish the trial. Finish the trial with all of the Huang family's bodyguards alive to receive a reward." Yuan released a deep sigh before looking around the dock for the Huang family. "Excuse me, do you know of the Huang family?" Yuan asked the people there. However, it took a couple of tries this time, since not everybody knew of this Huang family. "Oh, the Huang family. You can find them at the Silver Peak restaurant. They are currently recruiting bodyguards. Can you tell me which direction is this restaurant?" Once he received the directions, Yuan thanked the man before making his way towards this restaurant. He arrived at his destination about 10 minutes later, and sure enough, There was a large carriage stationed in front of the restaurant with a sign that read, "Hiring bodyguards. 10 million gold coins with bonuses. Must be at least Spirit Lord." I'm only a Spirit Grandmaster, but I can defeat a Spirit Lord, hopefully. They won't mind it. There was already a long line of people waiting to be recruited. So Yuan entered the line and began waiting, silently observing the situation there while he waited. "If you want to become a bodyguard, you must prove to me that you can protect my family. This man beside me is a peak Spirit Lord, and he will be testing your capabilities. Whether you can become a bodyguard or not will be at his discretion." A middle-aged man with sharp facial features said to the crowd of people there. He must be the head of the Huang family, Yuan thought to himself. A few moments later, someone from the front of the line approached the peak Spirit Lord bodyguard. "You have 3 chances. Give me your best strike," the peak Spirit Lord said to the recruit. The recruit nodded and without hesitation attacked the peak Spirit Lord with his strongest attack that was backed by the power of a 4th-level Spirit Lord. However, the peak Spirit Lord didn't even bother moving, almost like he had no intention of blocking it. Bang! The attack landed on the peak Spirit Lord the next second, but to everybody's surprise, he came out unscathed by the attack. "He's an array master!" Someone there exclaimed after realizing what had blocked the attack. Chapter 671 Bodyguard. An array master? Feng Feng mentioned them not long ago. Yuan looked at the peak Spirit Lord with an interested gaze. Although it was faint, he could see a semi-transparent barrier around the peak Spirit Lord, and if he looked at the barrier with his divine sense, he would be able to see the symbols that supported the barrier together. Those symbols contain most of the spiritual energy. Is that the barrier's true form, a bunch of symbols combined together? He thought to himself, "You have 2 more attacks. If you can crack my array, I will consider you hired," the peak Spirit Lord said to the recruit. However, even after using his last 2 chances, the recruit had failed to make even the slightest crack on the barrier. "Next," the middle-aged man said. The next recruit stepped forward and tried to crack the array created by the peak Spirit Lord, but to no avail. After going through 5 people without any success, they finally managed to find someone who could crack the array on his 3rd strike. But the crack was very minuscule and less than an inch long. The peak Spirit Lord silently stared at the crack for a moment before speaking. "Fail? What? But I managed to crack your array," the recruit exclaimed, unwilling to accept the results. "So what if you barely managed to crack it? It's still not convincing enough. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being weak." Meanwhile, a small commotion broke out somewhere in the line. "Hey, can't you read only Spirit Lords and above can qualify to be their bodyguard? You, who is a mere Spirit Grandmaster, should get out of the line and stop wasting our time. Hell, you're not even a peak Spirit Grandmaster." Upon hearing these words that were spoken right behind him, Yuan turned around, and sure enough, there was someone with a displeased face staring at him. "So what if I am not a Spirit Lord? I can handle Spirit Lords like you any time of the day." Yuan was feeling annoyed that he was being bothered even though he had been minding his own business. "What did you just say, you little bastard?" The man immediately fumed with anger. "How dare a little Spirit Grandmaster like you act so arrogantly before me? Know your place." The man released his cultivation base that was at the 8th-level Spirit Lord. He then raised his fist and prepared to strike Yuan. However, he was a second too late, as Yuan's fists were already in motion. Relentless dragon overwhelms the 9 heavens. Yuan used his fist technique for the first time in combat on an opponent after obtaining it from the Dragon Temple. Since these people are not actually living and are only made out of spiritual energy, Yuan did not bother holding back and was acting even a little daring. Boom! The man was sent flying into the distance like a rag doll until he crashed into a building a street away and collapsed on the floor. However, the man did not stand back up even many moments later, as he died on impact by Yuan's ancient rank skill. Yuan didn't even bother to check the man's condition and treated the whole situation as though he was getting rid of an annoying insect. The people that witnessed their quick exchange that ended in the blink of an eye were shocked, speechless. They couldn't believe their eyes. Did a spirit Grand Master just defeat a spirit lord, someone an entire realm above his own cultivation? Why would this kind of genius be willing to become a bodyguard for someone else? What's with the commotion back there? The peak spirit lord left his position and approached Yuan due to their little fight. Who was just fighting back here? He asked them, as he didn't witness the fight for himself. Those who saw the fight immediately pointed at Yuan with their fingers. The peak spirit lord frowned when he saw Yuan's cultivation base. Why are you even in line? The sign states very clearly that only spirit lords and above will be accepted. And the last time I checked, Spirit Grand Master is not above Spirit Lord. Yuan looked at him in the eyes and responded in a calm voice. While my cultivation isn't at the level of a Spirit Lord, I am not any weaker than one. The peak Spirit Lord narrowed his eyes at Yuan. He then said, I will be the judge of that. Hit me with all you've got. Yuan nodded and withdrew his Empyrean Overlord. A soul weapon. This guy is not an ordinary one. The middle-aged man standing beside the carriage immediately recognized the Empyrean Overlord's unique aura to be a soul weapon. After taking a deep breath, Yuan began gathering as much spiritual energy as he could for the heaven-splitting sword strike. The peak Spirit Lord began sweating profusely when he realized just how much spiritual energy Yuan was gathering in his sword. He knew very well that even if he was a Spirit King, neither he nor his array would be able to survive such a powerful attack. Wait a moment, the peak Spirit Lord suddenly stopped him. You don't need to continue. I am convinced by your strength. Eh? Really? Does this mean you'll recruit me as a bodyguard? Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Yes, that's right. You can become a bodyguard for the Huang family. The peak Spirit Lord nodded with a somewhat flushed face, feeling a little heat on his cheeks, almost like someone had slapped it. I understand. Yuan stowed away the Empyrean Overlord the next moment. My name is Dongzhou, head of security for the Huang family. What is your name? The peak Spirit Lord clasped his hand and bowed in a respectful manner. You can call me Yuan, then. Yuan, you can wait inside the restaurant for now. We're going to recruit a couple more bodyguards before we leave. You can order whatever you want in the meantime. The Huang family will pay for everything, said Dongzhou, Chapter 672. Giant's Continent. Yuan proceeded to make his way into the restaurant after being accepted as a bodyguard for the Huang family. Please wait a second, Yuan. A soothing voice suddenly called out to him just as he was able to enter the restaurant. He halted his movements and turned around to see a pretty young lady walking out of the carriage. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when he saw this young lady. Lulu, what are you doing here? Yuan subconsciously blurted out loud as this young lady greatly resembled Chu Liusheng. From her brown hair to hazel eyes, it was almost as though Chu Liusheng herself was there. However, after closer inspection, although very minor, there were some differences. Lulu? The young lady raised her eyebrows. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. You look very similar to one of my friends, he corrected himself. The young lady chuckled at his words and said, My name is Huang Shaoli, if you don't mind. May I accompany you in the restaurant? I'm feeling a little hungry, too. Huh? Yuan looked at the middle-aged man standing beside Huang Shaoli. Entertaining my family is also part of your job as a bodyguard, he said. Yuan nodded. You can just call me Shaoli, she said as she followed him into the restaurant. Meanwhile, in the spectators' area, why does she look exactly like me? Chu Liusheng exclaimed in a voice filled with disbelief when she saw Huang Shaoli's face. It felt like she was looking in the mirror when she looked at Huang Shaoli. Maybe the stairway to heaven is using our faces for whatever reason, Feng Yusheng said, and it decided to use my face? I hope she doesn't do anything weird. Chu Liusheng sighed once they were inside the restaurant. Yuan and Huang Shaoli sat down at a small round table. Go ahead and order whatever you like. I will pay for it, Huang Shaoli said to him. The server arrived at their table a few moments later to take their order. I will have this, and this. Oh, this as well. Yuan stared at Huang Shaoli with wide eyes as she ordered over a dozen dishes without hesitation. Normally, he would be the one to surprise the others with his big appetite, But Huang Shaoli had beat him to the punch this time. "Okay, your turn, Yuan," Huang Shaoli said to him after she finished. He nodded and began ordering a long list of dishes, dumbfounding Huang Shaoli. The server taking their orders cried inwardly, "Are you two competing to see who can eat more, or what? Esteemed guests, let's move to a bigger table. This place won't be able to hold all of your food," the server said to them afterward. They agreed and moved to a private room that had a much larger table. "Now then, while we wait for our food, why don't you tell me a little about yourself, Yuan? Why did you want to be a bodyguard for my family? You seem like a very talented young man. I cannot imagine someone like you willingly becoming a bodyguard for others." "There must be some kind of catch," Yuan smiled. "You're right, I am actually trying to travel to the Giant's continent, but I don't have any money. Fortunately for me, I get to travel there and obtain some money because of your Huang family." Huang Shaoli narrowed her eyes at him for a moment before relaxing herself. "Well, I don't really care why you're helping us as long as you protect my family and I. I will try my best to make sure that no harm will come to your family." Yuan nodded. The food began arriving a few minutes later, and the two of them began cleaning their plates at a fast pace, almost like they were in a race to beat the other. "You're pretty good," Huang Shaoli said to him after they finished eating. "Do you always eat this much?" "Only when I can," he said. "Why don't you tell me a little about yourself, Yuan? I like to know about those working for us. Do you belong to a cultivation sect?" "I used to, but I am no longer affiliated with them. I am currently a rogue cultivator," he said. "Ho! Why did you leave? Disciples don't normally leave their sect. Perhaps you were forced out?" "No, nothing of that sort. I left simply because I wanted to explore the world by myself." "I see, that's a respectable decision. What about you? Why are you, your family, heading to the Giant's continent?" Huang Shaoli raised her eyebrows at his question before speaking. "There's only one reason why people go to the Giant's continent, to trade treasures with the giants living there, of course. Aren't you also going there to trade treasures? Why else would you go there? GG ants? You mean there are real giants living there?" Yuan was speechless. "You didn't know that? And you're trying to go there?" Huang Shaoli looked at him with a suspicious gaze. Yuan quickly said, "Actually, it was a friend who told me about the Giant's continent, but he never mentioned anything about giants. He also told me to go there if I want to acquire rare treasures, but that's all. I guess he wanted to keep it a surprise. Is that so anyways? That's why we're going there to exchange treasures. However, in order to do so, we must also have a lot of treasures, hence why we're recruiting bodyguards just in case someone decides to steal from us. It's also quite dangerous going there, so we'll need all the help we can get." A few minutes later, Huang Shaoli's father came to get them. "We just finished recruiting our bodyguards. We'll be leaving now." "Okay." Huang Shaoli nodded. "See you later, Yuan." Once outside, Huang Shaoli returned to the carriage while Yuan gathered with the other bodyguards. Chapter 673, Huang Family. "My name is Huang Chen, head of the Huang family. Inside the carriage is my wife, son, and daughter. Your mission is simple: to make sure no harm comes into their way until we arrive at our destination, the Giant's continent. It's about 100,000 miles from here to the Giant's continent, but with the ship we're riding it will only take a little over a week to get there, and as mentioned, you will receive 10 million gold coins for your service. We will give you 1 million gold in advance, and the rest once we arrive at our destination. Of course, you can get more than 10 million gold in total with bonuses depending on your performances. If any of you die while protecting my family, I will make sure to pass your money to your family for you. Do any of you have any questions?" None of the guards said anything. "Good, then we'll make our departure in an hour. We'll be waiting for you at dock number 9. If you're all ready before then, we can leave early." Huang Chen entered the carriage afterward and left the scene without waiting for them. And since Yuan had nothing else to do, he immediately followed them to the docks. There were 5 other bodyguards besides Yuan that had passed the test, 4 men and 1 woman, and they were all between the 7th level and 8th level Spirit Lord. An hour later, everyone gathered at dock number 9. The carriage was nowhere to be seen, and the Huang family was revealed in full. There was Huang Chen, a middle-aged man with a slightly handsome appearance. Then there was Huang Xiaoli, a pretty young lady around Yuan's age. The last two were a beautiful middle-aged woman and a little boy around 7 years old. They began lining up to board the ship shortly after everyone gathered. Yuan looked at the front of the ship with interest as they waited to board, as there was a large serpent wrapped around the front of the ship as decoration. "This ship is called the Raging Serpent. It's the fastest ship available here," Huang Xiaoli said when she noticed Yuan staring at the ship. "Is this your first time riding on a ship?" Yuan nodded. "Yes, I see. Let's hope it won't be our last," she said, surprising him with such dark words. After waiting around for about 10 minutes, Yuan and the Huang family were finally allowed on board the massive ship. The Huang family then led them to their living quarters. "My family and I will be living in this room, room 112. As for you guys, I have managed to arrange 2 rooms, room 240 and 241. I would have given each of you your own room if I could, but there wasn't enough room available, so you'll have to share. Anyways, each room can fit 4 people. You guys can decide the rest for yourselves. Now for your job as our bodyguard. As long as there's someone in this room, 2 of you will guard the entrance at all times. If one of us decides to leave the room for whatever reason, there will be 2 guards for 1 person at all times. Any questions?" They all shook their heads. Good. Huang Chen and his family entered their room shortly after. "So how should we share the room?" one of the bodyguards there asked. "Isn't it obvious? I will take one room and the rest of you will share the other one," said the female bodyguard. "Didn't you hear what Senior Huang said? We can only fit 4 in a room." "You'll make it work," she shrugged in an uncaring manner. "This is why women are. It's fine. I don't need to stay in the room." Yuan suddenly interrupted. "Then where are you going to rest?" "I don't intend on resting. I will be guarding this room until we arrive at our destination," he said. After all, he couldn't risk the Huang family getting harmed while he was resting in another room. "You really want that bonus, huh? I admire your dedication." "All right, I will guard this room with you," said a bulky man with muscles that looked like they were fortified with steel. The other bodyguards didn't try to fight for their position, since they rather do less work. Once the other guard left the scene, Yuan and the bulky man sat in front of room 112 like guard dogs. "What's your name, young man?" the bulky man asked him. "Yuan, I'm Qin Kai. How did you manage to get the Huang family to accept you as their bodyguard as a spirit grandmaster?" "I thought they were only accepting spirit lords." Qin Kai was the last person to be recruited by the Huang family, so he didn't witness Yuan's commotion or how he was accepted. Yuan smiled and said, "I convinced them with my sword." Qin Kai stared at Yuan with a somewhat gawking look for a moment before laughing out loud. "With your sword, huh? I like you." After chatting with each other for a few minutes, they stopped talking to cultivate. The ship departed from the docks about half an hour after everyone boarded, but Yuan didn't notice it due to how still the place was. "I have an entire week. My cultivation should go up a few levels while I am here," Yuan thought to himself as he started absorbing the rich spiritual energy in the air. However, he found it incredibly difficult to concentrate because memories of his past life would flow into his head while he tried to cultivate. He eventually gave up trying to cultivate and focused on these memories. "Welcome to the Immortal Monastery, where we make immortals out of mortals like you. However, you will not become disciples immediately. All of you will start out as servants, and if you can learn our cultivation technique that we provide to you in less than 4 years, you will be promoted to being an outer court disciple." The old man that picked them up from their village said, as they approached the mountain range, Chapter 674, Sea Demons. Once they entered the sect, the cultivator left them in a secluded area before flying away without saying another word. While Yuan and the others looked around, a chubby old man approached them and said, "Welcome to the bamboo garden. This is where you will all be spending your next 4 years. While you are here, you are required to do labor for the sect, such as cutting wood and gathering water. Of course, if you manage to learn the cultivation technique before then, you'll get to leave earlier. Your schedule will be very simple. There will be a quota for each of you every week that must be completed, or you will be punished. I don't care when you finish it. You can finish it on the first day of the week or even the last day of the week. As long as you meet your quota, you can spend the rest of your time cultivating. Any questions? Oh, you can call me Senior Co. Good. Follow me. I will show you the important facilities before I take you all to receive your uniforms and cultivation technique. Yuan and the others began following this fat old man through the bamboo garden. This area right here is the cafeteria. It will only be open 2 times a day for breakfast and dinner. If you fail to complete your quota, you will lose access to the cafeteria until you finish it. This is the bamboo stream. You can wash your clothes here. If you go a little further down, you can even catch fishes. Do not gather your water here for your quotas. There is a separate area for that. That building over there is the training hall. You can go there to train your body, but there won't be any instructors to give you guidance. That is a privilege only for official disciples. This entire area is the bamboo field. It's where you'll gather most of your supplies when you receive a quota that requires you to cut down bamboo. After spending almost the entire day walking around the bamboo garden, Senior Co. led them to their final stop for the day. This is the administration building. If you have any problems, you can come here to get it resolved. It's also where you obtain uniforms if you somehow destroy your old ones. Of course, it won't be free. As for how you acquire money in this place, you will receive some money every time you complete your quota, and if you do more than you were requested, you will receive a bonus. Senior Co., I have a question. Someone there suddenly raised his hand. What is it? What else requires money in this place? Do we also have to pay for our food? Food and rent will be for free. However, you will have to pay for everything else. If you get hurt and require medicine, you will need money. If your uniforms become unusable, you will need money to buy new ones. Hell, if you somehow manage to collect enough money, you can even request to buy some cultivation treasures to increase your chances of becoming a cultivator. However, that will take years, if not decades, of saving, and if you are still immortal by then, you might as well give up. Sometime later, Yuan and the others were each given 2 sets of uniforms and a single cultivation technique. Basic Qi gathering technique. Yuan read the name of the scroll in his grasp. Does anyone here not have 2 sets of uniforms and a cultivation technique? Senior Co. asked them. When nobody responded, he nodded and said, Good, then let's get you all settled in your new home. About an hour later, Senior Co. stopped before a split path with 2 different paths. The females' living quarters will be on the left and the men's living quarters will be on the right. Neither will be allowed to go to the other's living quarters without permission. If you're caught doing so, you will be punished severely. Keep this in mind. You may now leave. There will be someone to assign your rooms when you arrive. The people there thanked Senior Co. for his time before going to their respective paths. Good luck, Tian Yang, Meng Lily said to Yuan before she went to the left path. I will see you later. Yuan nodded. Dong. A sudden earthquake stopped Yuan from looking through his memories. What the? Why is there an earthquake? We should be on water, Yuan cried inwardly as he looked around with a puzzled face. It was at this moment a voice resounded everywhere in the ship. We have encountered a sea demon, but there is no need to panic, as our experts are currently taking care of it as we speak. What is a sea demon? Yuan turned to ask Qin Kai. Oh, they're basically magical beasts that live in the water. They are very common in this part of the ocean, and they can be quite dangerous if not dealt with quickly. We'll definitely encounter many more of those until we reach our destination. How powerful are they? Yuan asked with an intrigued look on his face, as he has never heard of monsters existing in the sea before. The ones dwelling on the surface of the ocean aren't much of an issue. A single spirit lord can deal with them. However, it's those that usually dwell in the deeper parts of the ocean that we should be worried about, as they sometimes wander to the surface for whatever reason, and those will require a spirit king, if not multiple spirit kings, to handle. Furthermore, the closer we get to the giant's continent, the more dangerous the sea creatures become, especially the leviathans. Let's pray to the heavens that we don't encounter those monsters. They're known as the Lord of the Seas, and meeting even a single one of them could mean disaster, if not certain death for us. Chapter 675. 3 years. The ship stopped shaking shortly after the voice disappeared. Looks like they have managed to deal with the sea demon, Shinkai said before going back to his cultivation. Yuan also closed his eyes and returned to looking through his memories. A few weeks have passed since he became a servant of the immortal monastery, yet he hasn't been able to learn the cultivation technique, which is a far cry from Yuan's ability to learn even heaven-rank techniques within minutes. Becoming a cultivator is much more tedious than I'd anticipated. I have read through the manual over 1,000 times by now, and I can even recall every single word in the manual backwards with my eyes closed, yet I still cannot sense any spiritual energy. Yuan placed the scroll down and tried to sense the spiritual energy in the air again, but to no avail. After failing to sense spiritual energy for half of the day, Yuan decided to go outside to do his quota, which required him to cut down 200 bamboo in a week. "How are you feeling, Tianyang?" "Still can't sense spiritual energy." Someone called out to him as he was working. Yuan turned around to see a skinny young man who looked incredibly fragile approaching him from behind. This fragile-looking young man was Ning Zixun, a friend he'd made the same day he came to this place. "I should be asking you that question. Do you feel like dying yet?" Ning Zixun laughed at his words and said, "Don't be discouraged. It normally takes at least a year or two for most people before they can sense spiritual energy. We just got here less than a month ago. How can we possibly already sense spiritual energy? We're not geniuses. At least a year." "I'm not like most people. I will sense spiritual energy in less than a year and become a cultivator so that I can leave this place," Yuan declared. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave this place? Isn't even that bad, although the labor can sometimes get tiring. Everything else is great. The food is amazing. The bed is warm, albeit a little small and firm. We even get to practice a cultivation technique for free. Do you have any idea how expensive they are outside? We can work for the rest of our lives and still won't be able to afford the lowest rank cultivation techniques," Ning Zixun said. Yuan shook his head and said, "Ning Zixun, if you wish to remain here forever as a servant, you can be my guest. However, I want to become a cultivator as soon as possible and start growing stronger. Every day I cannot sense spiritual energy is another day that I am powerless." Ning Zixun shrugged. "Even if you say that, it's not like we can force our progress to move faster just because we want it to. I wish the world worked that way, but alas, reality is harsh. Time passed very quickly in the bamboo garden, and in the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Hey, Tianyang, did you hear? One of the girls managed to sense spiritual energy and became a cultivator. She is now accepted as an official disciple and will be moved to the outer court with the other official disciples." Ning Zixun revealed this news to him. "Really? Who is this genius?" Yuan asked. "I believe her name was Meng Lily." Yuan muttered in a low voice. "That's right, Meng Lily. You know her?" Yuan sighed and nodded with a bittersweet smile on his face. "We came from the same village, and we were friends back there." "How lucky. You're now friends with an outer court disciple. Maybe she'll even help you in the near future." "I doubt it anyways. Can you leave me alone for a while? I have a feeling that I'm close to sensing spiritual energy," Yuan then said. Ning Zixun nodded. "Good luck, you as well." After Ning Zixun left the scene, Yuan proceeded to stare at the space in front of him for many minutes in a dazed manner. "Congratulations, Meng Lily. You're no longer powerless. However, don't be so proud of yourself just because you managed to become a cultivator before me. The cultivation path is not a short race, but a long marathon. I will follow in your steps soon and even surpass you. Just watch." Yuan began studying the cultivation technique with even more intensity starting that day, almost obsessively so. However, despite his efforts, it took him until his 3rd year in the bamboo garden before he could start sensing spiritual energy and becoming an official disciple. During this time, his friend Ning Zixun had passed away due to natural causes. Ning Zixun was born with a weak body, yet he endured many years of hard labor just for a chance to become a cultivator. It was also shortly after Ning Zixun's death that Yuan managed to successfully sense spiritual energy. "It's truly a pity that you can't be here to see me in this uniform," Ning Zixun Yuan sighed as he stood in front of Ning Zixun's empty residence while wearing the outer court's uniform. "However, even though I have finally managed to become an official disciple, I don't feel any happiness. Is it because of how long it took me to reach this point? I was so confident that I would succeed in less than a year, but here I am 3 years later. It shouldn't be too late to catch up to Meng Lili even now, right? I wonder how far she's progressed in these 3 years. With her talents, she might even be an inner court disciple now. Guess I will find out once I move to the outer court." After saying his goodbyes to Ning Zixun and the place, Yuan left the bamboo garden and was taken to the outer court by the same person who brought him to this sect, unaware of the countless challenges that were waiting for him there. Chapter 676, Too Easy, Boom. The ship suddenly began shaking violently for a second time, snapping Yuan out of his daze. "Wow, this one is quite powerful. Did we encounter a powerful sea demon already? We've only been out in the sea for half a day," Qin Kai muttered in a low voice. The shaking lasted a few more moments, more than the previous time. Half a day? Yuan suddenly realized something, and he tilted his head to look up into the ceiling of the ship. "Messieurs Lulu, I won't be logging off until I finish this trial. Please take care of everything until I'm done." He spoke to them in the spectators' room. "Who are you talking to?" Qin Kai also looked at the ceiling with raised eyebrows. "Oh, I was just talking to myself. What a weirdo," Qin Kai chuckled. Meanwhile, in the spectators' room, Meixiu said to Chu Liuxiang, "I'm going to log off. What about you?" "I will stay here and continue watching Yuan in case anything happens." Meixiu's eyebrows twitched slightly when she realized something. She's no longer addressing him as Brother Yuan. Did something happen between them? "Okay, then I will check up on you once in a while." Meixiu logged off shortly after to notify the other members that Yuan will be busy for a week. "A week? What's he doing inside Cultivation Online that requires so much time?" Wang Ming asked out of curiosity. "He's challenging the Stairway to Heaven right now." "Oh, I have heard of that place. It's where cultivators go to ascend to the next world, right?" Meixiu nodded. "All right, training is going to be a bit boring without him, but it's only a week. Thank you for letting us know." Everybody accepted the news without much problem. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye for Yuan, who was constantly cultivating and looking through his memories. The ship shook over a dozen times over the last 2 days, but the warriors hired by the ship had managed to deal with the sea demons without any problem. Besides the shaking from time to time, Yuan's trial has been very relaxing, suspiciously so. This made him wonder if the real trial was at the Giant's continent. However, that peace would end soon. We have company. Be alert. Qin Kai suddenly said to him in a low voice. Yuan opened his eyes to see a group of people that had the appearance of mercenaries slowly approaching their direction. One look and anybody can tell that they were trouble. Both Yuan and Qin Kai stood up. "What do you want?" Qin Kai asked them with his massive arms crossed over his chest, looking very threatening and defensive. The man leading the group smiled and said, "Is this the Huang family's room? We're actually here for a business appointment." "Business appointment? How come I didn't hear anything about such a thing? This is a very important and exclusive business opportunity for the Huang family. Why would they let some bodyguards know about it?" The man scoffed. Qin Kai looked at them up and down and smiled. "If you wear that kind of get-up to a business meeting, I doubt it'll work out for you. Let me save you all from embarrassment. Get out of my face, imprudent bastard. I gave you a chance to live, yet you willingly choose death." The man and his group withdrew their weapons the next moment. Qin Kai laughed and said, "Even if you manage to kill us and steal from the Huang family, where are you guys going to hide? We're in the middle of the sea. You'll die way before you can return to the docks, even if you fly." "Who said anything about hiding or running away?" Once we deal with the Huang family, we'll seize control of the ship and take our time robbing the other passengers. Ships heading to the giant's continent are always filled with wealthy people and loaded with treasures. Do you idiots think you're the first to rob the raging serpent? There have been countless attempts to rob this place, and all of them never managed to return to the land. Enough talking. Get rid of them. The man pointed at Yuan and Qin Kai as he ordered his group. Heavenly domain. Yuan immediately used his domain to restrict their movements, but since they were all spirit lords, it couldn't completely seal their movements. This guy can use a domain. Let's get him first, the man shouted. If you want to get to him, you'll have to get past me first. Qin Kai stood before the robbers and Yuan. While Qin Kai distracted them, Yuan used the soundless blade to kill them from a distance, killing many of the robbers before they even realized what was happening. The battle was a one-sided slaughter, and in just a couple of minutes, Yuan had managed to kill all of the robbers. Qin Kai stared at him with wide eyes afterward. I completely understand why the Huang family hired you now, he mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. What are we going to do with these bodies? Yuan asked a moment later. The cleaning crew will take care of them. Qin Kai shrugged. Yuan raised his eyebrows. It's common for robbers to sneak onto this ship, and it's also common for them to die. And sure enough, the cleaning crew arrived a few minutes later to pick up the corpses and clean the blood, almost like they were used to it. As for what they did with the corpses, they simply tossed them into the ocean for the sea demons to feast on. After the commotion, Huang Chen opened the door and asked them about the situation. Qin Kai recalled everything that happened to him. Huang Chen nodded with a satisfied face. Good job, he said to them, but he was mostly looking at Yuan. However, Yuan was feeling uneasy about how easy his trial has been so far. These robbers were just like the guards from the previous trial. They were only there to exhaust his spiritual energy before the real fight. He can only imagine what the second trial has in store for him. Chapter 677, Array Master. On the third day of their journey to the giant's continent, Huang Xiaoli came out of her room and pointed at Yuan, who was casually sitting in front of the door, and said to him, I'm going to look around the ship, and you'll be coming with me. Yuan, what? Yuan was dumbfounded by her request. You encountered robbers just yesterday, and you already want to leave your room? That's a little dangerous, if I have to be honest, he said to her. Furthermore, he didn't want to be separated from the rest of the family. What if they're attacked when he's away and dies? That would mean the end of the trial for him. I will be fine, after all. You will be there to protect me if anything were to happen, right? Huang Xiaoli said with a smile on her face. What about the rest of your family? I have to protect them as well. Have you already forgotten that we have other bodyguards beside you? They will take your spot. Or are you making this difficult because you don't want to be with me? Do you find me bothersome? That's not it. Yuan sighed. Then it's decided. You're coming with me to explore the ship. Yuan gave up and nodded his head. But we still need another bodyguard. Qin Kai raised his hand and said, I can. However, he was quickly interrupted by Huang Xiaoli. I have already spoken to my father. I can take just one bodyguard with me. You can go confirm with him if you'd like. That won't be necessary. We trust your words, Qin Kai said. He then turned to look at Yuan and said, Go ahead and protect the young lady. I will call one of the other guards to take your place until you return. Thank you. Yuan nodded. After waiting for his replacement to show up, Yuan followed Huang Xiaoli around the ship. I heard that you took care of the robbers yesterday. Huang Xiaoli spoke as they walked. Yes, but I wasn't the only person who took care of them. Qin Kai was also there, he said. The bodyguard that was with you. Right. But you killed the most, even though you're only a spirit master. I'm impressed. Thank you. You don't belong to a sect, right? Not at this moment. Why don't you join my sect after this journey? I think you'll do very well there with your talents. I will consider it, really. Huang Xiaoli appeared to be surprised by Yuan's response, as she didn't think he would even consider her random request. Little did she know that he'd only agreed because he knew that she would disappear after he finishes this trial, and that none of them were real. Anyways, We can talk about my sect after we finish our business at the Giant's continent. I don't want to burst your bubbles, but the robbers yesterday are not the reason we hired you guys, as we could have dealt with them by ourselves. I figured as much. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile. Then why did you hire us, and where did that peak spirit lord bodyguard go? Are you talking about Dong Zhou? He's currently part of the ship's protection squad, so he's dealing with the sea demons. I see we hired extra bodyguards not because of robbers. We did so because we need as many hands as we can get once we arrive at the Giant's continent, she said. The Giant's continent? Is it that dangerous there? Yuan asked. Yes, but it's not the giants that are dangerous. It's the magical beasts that dwell there that are the most threatening. By the way, why are you asking about Dong Zhou? Do you wish to speak with him? Yuan nodded and said, I wanted to learn a little more about arrays and formations, and I thought that he could help me. That's all. Arrays? If that's the only reason why you're seeking for him, then you can just ask me. I may not look like it, but I am also an array master. In fact, our entire family specializes in arrays and formations. Huang Xiaoli revealed this fact. Really? Yuan looked at her with a surprised face. Does it look like I'm joking? Huang Xiaoli suddenly lifted her hand to show Yuan the beautiful symbol floating on the top of her palm. That's an array? Yuan asked, as he stared at the symbol with interest. Not exactly. This is an array symbol. You'll need multiple symbols to create an array. Like this? Huang Xiaoli created a few more symbols afterward, overlapping them with each other until they formed one large symbol. Once her array was completed, Huang Xiaoli tossed it at Yuan. What did you just do to me? Yuan searched his body but didn't feel any different. Huang Xiaoli didn't say anything and withdrew a small dagger before slashing it at him. Yuan subconsciously used his bare arm to block it since he was surprised by her sudden actions. However, the dagger didn't manage to cut his skin even though the blade slid across his skin. I just cast a protective array on your body. You're pretty much untouchable by normal weapons and treasures to a certain extent now. Wow. You surprised me for a moment there, Yuan sighed. Anyways, that was amazing. Thank you, but that was just the very basics. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them, Huang Xiaoli said as they approached the bow of the ship. Was it difficult learning arrays? How would you compare it to learning a cultivation technique? Huang Xiaoli smiled and said, Learning arrays is much more difficult than learning cultivation techniques, almost incomparably so. If it takes the average mortal a year to become a cultivator, then it would take the average cultivator 10 years to become an array master. Do you want to try? She suddenly asked. Eh? Try what? Try learning arrays, of course. You won't actually learn it in such a short time, but you'll get a feel for it. After pondering for a moment, Yuan nodded. Let's do it. Chapter 6078, Learning About Arrays. Let's start with the array I just used on you. Huang Xiaoli retrieved a manual and showed it to him. Body Shielding Array? Yuan read the title of the manual. How does one learn arrays? Is it any different from learning cultivation techniques? He then asked. Well, they're quite similar in some ways, but they are also very different. You will understand it once we begin. Anyways, let's start. First and foremost, you must learn how to create symbols with your hands. Allow me to demonstrate it. Huang Xiaoli then raised her hand and began writing in the air with her index finger. There was a warm-looking light on the tip of her fingers, and everywhere it went, it would draw a line in the air, eventually creating a symbol that floated in the air. I don't expect you to draw a symbol on your first try, so you should just try drawing lines in the air like this. She then waved her finger around, creating a long, glowing line in the air. In order to do this, you must collect your spiritual energy on your fingertip and imagine drawing in the air. Trust me, it's actually much harder than it sounds. Just mastering this technique alone requires months of practice. Okay, let me try. Yuan closed his eyes and gathered some of his spiritual energy onto his fingertip. He could immediately feel a subtle but warm feeling on his fingertip, and without opening his eyes, he waved his hand around like a music conductor, while imagining lines would appear wherever his fingers moved. Huang Xiaoli's eyes widened with shock when she saw the glowing line that followed Yuan's finger in the air. The line was incredibly smooth and consistent, almost like it was created by an expert with countless years of experience. He actually managed to succeed on his first try? She cried inwardly. Huang Xiaoli herself was considered to be a rare genius that hasn't been seen in over 1,000 years, and it took her an entire month to draw in the air so perfectly. Are you sure this is your first time? I'm having a hard time believing that you're a beginner with no experience, she said to him. Yes, this is my first time. I didn't even know about array masters until very recently. He nodded his head. He's not lying, Huang Xiaoli thought to herself as she stared at Yuan in the eyes. So a prodigy like him can exist in this world, huh? A slight smile appeared on her face. Anyways, let's move on to the second step, since you can already draw perfectly. Now, for the hard part, you must learn to draw symbols and combine them into a single array. It's a process that cannot be explained due to its complexity, but this should help you. Huang Xiaoli retrieved 2 more manuals and handed them to Yuan 10,000 Array Symbols Guide to Combining Array Symbols. Yuan read the title of these manuals out loud. There are actually more than 10,000 array symbols in existence, but these 10,000 symbols are the most basic and what beginners must remember first. If you think about it, arrays resemble alchemy more than it does cultivation. In alchemy, you must remember the ingredients and learn the recipes to create pills. As an array master, you must memorize the array symbols and the array combinations to create an array. Most of the basic arrays require between 50 to 100 symbols. Although that may seem like a lot, even amateur array masters can make over 10 symbols in less than a second. After all, once you're experienced enough, you can create symbols without needing to draw it with your fingers, and you can just create them almost instantaneously like this. Huang Xiaoli showed her palms, and symbols quickly began appearing on it, almost as though they were coming out of thin air. At my level, I can create around 400 symbols in a second. It's pretty good for someone my age, but I cannot compare to some of the true experts out there that can create thousands of symbols almost instantaneously. I see. Thank you for teaching me about arrays, Yuan said. She smiled and said, Since I taught you about arrays, I am technically your master now. Yuan chuckled and bowed to her before speaking in a joking manner. This disciple greets master. All right, I have seen enough of this side. Let's go check out the other side of the ship before we go back. Huang Xiaoli said a moment later. Okay. The 2 of them proceeded walking to the other side of the ship. Bang! The ship suddenly began shaking. It's a sea demon. Let's take a closer look, Huang Xiaoli said with an excited face. Are you sure that sounds dangerous? Yuan said with a slightly worried frown on his face. She smiled and said, Don't worry, there's a powerful formation protecting this ship, and sea demons cannot get within 250 meters of the ship, so even though the ship is shaking, it's not as though the ship is being physically attacked. Follow me. Huang Xiaoli began running through the ship, stopping a few moments later. Look out there! She pointed to the sea. Yuan looked at where she was pointing, and sure enough, there was a battle occurring about 250 meters away from the ship. There were 7 cultivators with a Spirit Lord Cultivation out there currently battling against these large and thick tentacles that were sticking out of the water. Judging by the size of those tentacles, a medium-sized sea demon, huh? Huang Xiaoli mumbled. Oh, look! There's Dong Zhou, she pointed at the person hovering above the battle. Even though it looked like he wasn't part of the battle, he was actually supporting the others with his arrays by enhancing their defenses and boosting their strength. And from time to time, he would try to restrict the movements of the tentacles. So that's how an array master fights, huh? Yuan mumbled as he watched their battle from afar. Chapter 679, Incoming Sea Demon. There are many ways an array master can fight. They can support the others like Dong Zhou is doing right now, or they can fight in the front line by themselves. It all depends on what they prefer and how confident they are in their own arrays. Some array masters may prefer supporting because they are not confident in their ability to fight. but that is not to say they don't have the capabilities to do so. Huang Xiaoli explained to him. Bang! The ship shook again when one of the tentacles struck the barrier protecting the ship. I didn't notice the formation until you told me. How can you tell there's one? Yuan then asked. Formations can be spotted quite easily if you know what you're looking for. Unless the formation is concealed with another formation, you should be able to see it with your divine sense. With my divine sense. Yuan immediately tried looking with his divine sense, and sure enough, there was a massive barrier around the ship that seems to be made of symbols, tens of thousands of symbols that connect with each other. You probably think there's only a few thousand symbols in this formation, right? Look at the symbols individually again. Each of these symbols are actually combinations of smaller symbols, so there are millions, if not billions, of symbols that make up this formation. Heavens! How long would it take to create this formation? Yuan asked after a moment of silence. It really depends on the complexity of the formation and the ability of those formation experts that worked on it. A formation of this size and complexity probably took years, if not decades, of efforts from hundreds of formation experts to complete. That long? Yuan was shocked. Of course. Formations often require millions of symbols, and a single mistake can cause the whole formation to crumble, unlike arrays that don't need as much attention, since they require much fewer symbols, so even if you make a mistake, you can quickly fix it. Furthermore, arrays are meant to be used very quickly and do not have lasting effects. Formations, on the other hand, are often made to last for as long as possible. There are plenty of formations out there that have lasted for even millions of years. How does one become a formation expert? Is it the same as becoming an array master? Yuan asked. In a way, yes. However, most people become array masters before they become formation experts. Although formation requires symbols, formations have their own unique symbols while arrays have their own distinctive symbols. That's what really separates us apart from being completely the same thing. The basics are the same, but everything else is different. I understand now. Thank you for the lecture, Yuan said. The sea demon was subdued shortly after their conversation ended. Young lady? What are you doing out here? Dong Zhou noticed them when he made his way back to the ship. It's suffocating to stay in the same room for many days, so I came out for some fresh air, she said. Dong Zhou nodded and said, Anyways, you should return to your room soon. The captain said we might encounter a large-size sea demon soon, since we're getting closer to the Giant's continent. It's just a large-size sea demon. It won't be the first time we encounter them. No, this time is different. I'm not sure what to expect since we've never had a reading like this one before, but the captain said to expect the worst. Reading? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Yes, we have a treasure that allows us to detect nearby sea demons and those that show aggression towards us. The radar picked up the aura of a large sea demon that's currently approaching our direction, but we've never seen such a reading of spiritual energy before. How long before this sea demon reaches us? Yuan asked with a worried frown, as he was certain that this sea demon was the real trial. At the speed it's moving, it should collide with us in 2 days, Dong Zhou said. 2 days, Yuan mumbled to himself. Dong Zhou left the scene shortly after. Are you worried about this sea demon? Huang Xiaoli could see it very clearly on Yuan's face. Yes, no matter what we encounter, I'm sure we'll be able to overcome it, she smiled. I sure hope so. They returned to the room after finishing up their tour around the ship. Welcome back, Qin Kai said to them when they returned. Yuan looked at his replacement and said, Thank you for taking over. I will take care of the rest. Of course, the bodyguard didn't say anything else and returned to his room. I feel safe knowing that you're here, Yuan. Huang Xiaoli said to him with a gentle smile before entering the room. I think she has a thing for you. Qin Kai said to him afterward. Yuan merely shook his head and ignored it. He then sat down and retrieved the manuals that Huang Xiaoli had given him and started studying them. He started with reading through Guide to Combining Array Symbols to memorizing all of the symbols in 10,000 array symbols meanwhile, in the spectator's room. The young master is learning arrays now? How many cultivation paths does he plan on walking? Isn't it bad to spread your focus to so many different things at once? Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. Brother Yuan is not your average genius, Xiaohua said. I am well aware of that, but he'll grow much faster if he focuses on one thing. Chu Luxiang then said, Well, there's no harm in picking up different hobbies. It's easy to get bored of doing the same thing over and over again. The real question is whether he truly invests himself into this new hobby or not. He might even get bored of it after a while. Brother Yuan will probably master whatever he's interested in very quickly and move on to the next path. Xiaohua said, Honestly, whenever the young master does something new, it feels more like he already has experience doing them but just forgot about it. I know that sounds impossible, but it's how it feels sometimes. Feng Yuxiang shrugged. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua mumbled in a low voice, If reincarnation is real, that won't sound as impossible. Chapter 680, Sea Demon Identified. Reincarnation? Do you believe the young master is the reincarnation of a powerful immortal in the past? Do you even believe in the concept of reincarnation at all? Feng Yuxiang looked at Xiaohua with raised eyebrows. Xiaohua didn't appear to be the type to believe in these kinds of things. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua spoke. Although Xiaohua doesn't necessarily believe in reincarnation, her family believes in it. Your family? I have been wondering for a while now, but what kind of family do you have? As Feng Yuxiang expected, Xiaohua refused to say anything about her family. Whatever. Not that I really care. Anyways, if the young master is really the reincarnation of a powerful expert, I believe it. After all, I am a phoenix. I symbolize reincarnation itself. Chu Luxiang listened to their conversation with raised eyebrows. Although she doesn't believe in reincarnation, she found the topic to be quite interesting. This was also the case for Min Li. Let's say Yuan is the reincarnation of someone else. Is there a way to test that? Chu Luxiang suddenly asked. There are many mythical treasures in the world of cultivation, right? Surely there must be a treasure that can tell whether someone is reincarnated or not. Feng Yuxiang pondered for a moment before speaking. Actually, there's one, however. It's only a legend. It's called the Mirror of Samsara. Legend has it that anyone that stands in front of this mirror will have their past lives revealed by the mirror. It's only a legend, from my experience. All legends turn out to be just that, legends. Chu Luxiang sighed. Actually, the Mirror of Samsara really exists. The legend is that it can tell one's past lives, Feng Yuxiang said. If the treasure exists, why does this legend still exist? Probably because nobody can confirm it. The Mirror of Samsara is being kept by a powerful collector who doesn't allow anyone near his treasures. So even though the treasure exists, it's not accessible. Hence the legend. The collector is probably doing it on purpose to keep the treasure rarer than its actual value, so when it's time to sell the treasure, it'll earn much more money. It's a pretty common tactic for collectors. Chu Luxiang shrugged. You seem to know a lot about this topic. Are you also a collector? Feng Yuxiang asked. No, but my family is. After a moment of silence, Chu Luxiang asked, Let's hypothetically say that Yuan is reincarnated. What will you all do? Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, Nothing. Once someone dies, their identity and everything else dies with them. So even if the young master is reincarnated, it won't affect him or change who he currently is. Xiaohua nodded. Brother Yuan is Brother Yuan, no matter who he was in his previous life. Is that so? They returned to watching the pond shortly after. The following day, Yuan opened his eyes when there was another announcement in the ship. This is an emergency. I repeat, this is an emergency. There is currently a large-sized sea demon heading towards our direction, and it is very likely that it's a leviathan. We will need the cooperation of everyone on the ship if it really turns out to be a leviathan. Please prepare yourselves. Everybody on the ship began to freak out after they heard the announcement. A leviathan is coming? How can we possibly fight that monster? We're dead. We're all dead. Fuck, I think I jinxed it for us. Qin Kai rubbed his temples in a stressful manner. They said it might be a leviathan. It's not confirmed yet, Yuan said. I know, but there's a good chance that it's a leviathan. How powerful is a leviathan? Most of them are as powerful as a mid-level to peak-level spirit king. Some of them even have the prowess of a low-level spirit emperor. We might barely survive an ordinary spirit king, but if it has the strength of a spirit emperor, we're all guaranteed to die. Qin Kai sighed. Do we have any spirit kings on board? There's always one or two of them aboard, but even then we might not defeat a leviathan. Sea demons are just like magical beasts in the sense that they're much more powerful than humans that are at the same level. Strength of a spirit emperor, Yuan muttered in a low voice. Compared to his last trial, this second trial is definitely more difficult. Unfortunately, the only thing they can do now is wait and see what this large-sized sea demon really is. After another day of anxious waiting and without anyone getting a good sleep, if any at all, the announcement returned. We have identified the sea demon approaching us. It's a leviathan. This announcement brought many people on the ship to tears, as their worst nightmares have come true. However, there was still more to be announced, and it only made people feel more despair. Furthermore, it's not an ordinary leviathan. It's a mutated leviathan, a flying leviathan.
What?
A flying leviathan? Qin Kai exclaimed in a shocked voice. Seeing Qin Kai's reaction, Yuan could only swallow nervously. The flying leviathan will arrive in 2 hours. We need all cultivators on the deck now. The announcement ended there. A moment of silence filled the ship, but when that silence ended, chaos erupted, and Yuan could hear screaming and crying coming from every room there. Let me guess. A flying leviathan has the strength of a low-level spirit emperor. Yuan asked Qin Kai, who slowly nodded his head. Unfortunately, that's not all there is to it. There are many different species when it comes to leviathans, and the flying leviathan is one of the most dangerous types, as they can leave the water and fly around in the sky like a dragon. Qin Kai continued. Yuan closed his eyes and released a deep sigh. Flying or not, I will not let it stop us from reaching the giant's continent.